I'd like to call to order the Charter Township of Chesterfield Regular Township Board meeting for Wednesday, November 12th of 2025 at 7 p.m. to order. Can we all please stand, face the flag, and recite the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item 3, roll call. Clerk Berry, would you call the roll?
Supervisor Kersten.
Here.
Treasurer Elliott.
Here.
Trustee Anderson.
Here.
Trustee Joseph.
Here.
Trustee Hornberger. Here. Trustee Vosberg. Here. Clerk Berry is here.
Item 4, the approval of the agenda. I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda with the removal of item 10D. We all received an email from planning today. The applicant wished to delay that and move it forward, so that should be coming back on a future date. Approval of the agenda with the removal of item 10E.
Second.
Is there a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Clerk Berry? Clerk Berry, call the roll.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson. Aye. Trustee Joseph. Aye. Trustee Hornberger. Aye. Trustee Vosberg. Aye. Treasurer Elliott.
Item 5, presentations. There are no presentations scheduled tonight. Item 6, department reports. We will start out with Mr. O'Connor from Water and Sewer DPW.
Good evening. I'm going to give a brief update on 3 construction projects that are currently in process. The first one is Peggy Lane water main replacement. That one actually started this week with FDM, and that'll work through the winter. It's a water main replacement project. Again, the work is going to continue through the winter, weather permitting, with final spring restoration. We have notified all the residents in the area. We actually make a little letter and kind of stick it on their doors, and we're already getting quite a few phone calls. Commenced also is the Jefferson Avenue water main. Paymar has started that one. Again, similar to the Peggy Lane, is a winter job. They're going to continue working through the winter. For this project, there will be one lane of Jefferson closed during construction. The lane closure will kind of roll with the construction. So there will be a slight inconvenience. There's one more job I wanted to talk. We had a great picture too, but it's not here. The 27-inch sanitary sewer is being lined right now, and you can see the bypass pipe pumping that's on the corner of I-94 and 23 Mile Road. So they have to bypass the existing sewer so they can line it. And that project also is probably halfway done and will continue through the winter until its completion.
Thanks, sir. Any questions for Mitch? Thanks, Mitch. Director Vanderson?
Good evening. Pardon my voice, it's the season of daycare germs, so we'll work with it. In a few short weeks, we have the annual tree lighting ceremony that I'd like to make you all aware of. Hosted on December 5th, we begin the holiday season with the official lighting of our township tree just outside this building. Also included in this free outdoor event are photos with Santa, hot chocolate, and horse-drawn carriage rides that run through the historic village. We invite residents of all ages to celebrate the joy of the season to come. As we look forward with the budget presented to the board tonight, I do want to take a moment to showcase where we stand and where we're headed as a Parks and Recreation Department. Like many communities, we're facing a tighter budget this coming season, and other prices of event features have also continued to go up. One of the biggest increases in pricing coming in 2026 is the New Baltimore Lions Club stage that we rent for a lot of our events. The price of that is increasing, and so it's something that we will definitely notice. While some of our community events may look different in the year ahead, Our commitment remains the same, to provide high-quality, meaningful programs for our residents and families. The heart of what we do, which is creating memories and building our community strong, that part will remain exactly the same. Over the years and through many changes, the Parks and Recreation Senior Services Department has built a reputation that I, for one, am extremely proud of. The Parks and Recreation in Chesterfield is known for our outstanding events and public spaces that bring us together as a community. That reputation is the direct result of teamwork from our dedicated staff who figure out a way to make it work every single time. So my ask of the community is to be patient as we continue to grow and work within our means. We want to ensure you that even with our limited resources, we are focused on delivering high level of experience or high level of service to our community every time. Thank you for your continued trust and support, and together we as a township will make 2026 another successful year. Thank you.
Trustee Bosford.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Vanderson, for the report. And I know you started out talking about the tree lighting on the first Friday in December. The village, the historic village, in addition to being a pathway for the horse-drawn carriage, the blacksmith shop will be open, the chapel will be open, and the log cabin. And in the log cabin, there will be a photo backdrop, so if families want to take pictures, they will be able to do that there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. Mr. Sonnenberg?
Good evening. I'm just going to provide a really brief update. I know we got a long meeting. First of all, just wanted to give everybody a quick update, obviously, with our two large construction projects. As you can see, the police signage, we worked out some kinks with the lighting, so you'll see some days it'll be off, some days it'll be on. We're working on some timers. But that's one of the things on our punch list at the PD, just minor stuff, the lighting, the metal panels. We'll be working there over the next month to wrap that project up. And then here at the main office, obviously you can tell in the boardroom, we got our new podium installed. We're working on some floor tile in the hall, just some minor punch list items. So we'll also be wrapping this up by the end of the month. Next slide, Karen. Over at Connie Bowles, for those of you who have talked about this, we really appreciate it. The board approved to do some work over there. We got the gravel pathway in, as you can see up in our map, up to the upper left, where that red box is. We're just putting a gravel parking lot in for temporary use, as eventually we hope to put the permanent park in. Also, we're really grateful for those who donated. The 4 park benches will be going in soon, and the ADA trash can. Next slide, Karen. And I just wanted to make everybody aware that soon we will be closing our seasonal parks. Veterans, Weber, and Pollard will be closed for the season. We're trying to keep them open as long as we can, but with the cold weather coming, we're planning on closing these down. We'll still be able to walk into like Weber. We just want to keep the traffic. People tend to drive on the grass, so we want to make sure we keep the traffic and cars out from on top of grass. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Bring it up to the board, department reports from board. Trustee Anderson, Trustee Joseph, either one.
Okay, real quick from our Public Safety Advisory Committee meeting of 5th of this month. Staff update, in case you know these individuals, Records Clerk Janice Curtis, retiring November 30th. Bob Smith with DPW, he'll be leaving us on the 31st, December. Dispatcher Kelly George retired on October 30th. Waiting a start date for 1 cadet and 1 part-time dispatcher and 1 part-time firefighter. There's several candidates still in the background checks. Police, fire, and promotions, various aspects of the process are in place right now. The employee appreciation dinner for public safety was held this past Friday night at Zaccaro's. Personally, I believe it was quite successful. Thank you, Chief, and those involved. Thank you.
Trustee Joseph?
Yeah, just to add on to a couple of things that came out of our public safety. We have a few items that will be coming before the board. One we have tonight, and that is where are we, Hank? That is the Simunitions purchase. That's a training equipment purchase. I'm sure Director Bassett will provide more details when the agenda item comes up. But we have some things that we can expect to see in front of the board. Capital improvement issues, a mini split radio room in Station 3, We have a computer replacement. All of these are part of the capital improvement budget. The 2026 vehicle purchase will be before us in December. We do have a couple of issues that were not budgeted, and unfortunately, they just kind of come with the territory. But we put a lot of, you remember the reports that we got from Josh regarding the building, the police department itself. Was literally crumbling, and we had water damage. And when the engineers got in, I'm sure you all remember the slides with the big giant steel support beams that kind of, this was a major overhaul, obviously, and with the addition of all of the structural steel, it's caused some problems with our cell phones and our radios, so there's a need to boost the signal. Those quotes have been underway, and we expect to see them, if not the next board meeting, as soon as December. Server room battery replacement was also not forecasted, but is in need of replacement. So we will see that probably next meeting or the December meetings. We have today the Macomb County Hazard Mitigation Plan is a collaborative effort with a number of Macomb County communities, and there was a review of that plan, which our public safety administrators were invited to take a look at and make sure that everything that the county has in terms of emergency mitigation is consistent with the township policies. Hank touched on the staffing issues. I did have a very good conversation. We are very confident in the police and fire forecast for as we have the retiring staff, especially administrative level staff. In order to backfill those, there's a testing process. Coordinating testing dates with the assessment center can be tedious at times. So I think both Chief Miller and Director Bassett have a good handle on what we anticipate leaving in the way of leadership on the administrative team, and a plan to coordinate those assessments with the assessment center. Just shifting over to another quick committee update. Last night, actually Monday night, our senior advisory committee met. We were updated by Josh, who came in and gave the committee members a very detailed sort of accounting of all the things that are happening in the township as it relates to Parks and Rec. But most interest to the seniors were, of course, the outdoor space that was started. There was an initial thought of having a pretty elaborate covered area. The grant sort of was not sufficient to accommodate the original plan, so there was a kind of we kind of shelved that, and the seniors were now asked to look at a number of options that Josh provided. They have opted for a more simple design, taking advantage of the current infrastructure that's there. So the posts that were installed for a much larger can be used for a more simplified pavilion, one that provides some shade and protection from the elements, and would be sizable enough to accommodate some of the group activities like cards. The senior center blinds that we talked about a few weeks ago have been ordered. They should be installed. The committee laid out some goals for 2026, and the meeting, our last meeting of the year, really ended on a very positive note. I was very appreciative of each and every committee member who thanked the township board for just putting this committee together. They gave several examples of areas where seniors have brought to commission members concerns about programming or building, and by having a pipeline, a direct pipeline to the board, they felt that there was the elimination of misinformation, and rumors have a way of sort of getting legs over there, and the commission members are able to bring problems forward right away. They're resolved, and I think there was a general just satisfaction and appreciation for the creation of the committee, and I shared with them that I would bring forward to the board their appreciation for the Senior Advisory Committee. So we're looking for some good things in 2026, and appreciate the effort that the board has put forward in 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Clerk Mary?
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. At the last board meeting, I was able to share with the board and the public a couple of awards that had been granted to the Clerk's Department. I am very pleased and honored once again to bring you another one. This time it is a senatorial recognition of election administration excellence from Senator Gary Peters. I'm particularly happy to see this one. I think that it is a good indication that regardless of what side of the aisle you're on, election administration excellence is something that is important to both sides, and that is something that we work together to achieve. So congratulations again to the clerk's office for that additional recognition. I'm very proud of the work that we have done in elections and continue to do so. Also, the clerk's office is and understandably, we'll be talking a bit about this later, and that is the upcoming township budget, recognizing that there is a need to explore some additional revenue sources. We are doing that, and I'll go into more detail on this when we have our budget discussion, but the clerk's office is looking at reintroducing our passport offerings that we had before. We were a very busy passport office. We were recognized as one of the top 1% in the state for passport processors. Again, we were very proud of that. We had to put that on a bit of a hiatus because of the significant demands of the 2024 election cycle. However, we do see an opportunity to bring that back to Chesterfield Township residents. In addition to that, we are excited to look at the possibility of increasing our offerings to our residents. And I'm actually very excited. I'm hoping we're able to do this because I think all of our residents will greatly appreciate that. And that is being able to do a lot of government business here at the township office without having to go to multiple places. We are working and coordinating with the Michigan Secretary of State's office to explore the possibility of installing a self-service kiosk here at the township offices that would allow residents to complete some select Secretary of State transactions anytime we are open, such as vehicle and watercraft tab renewals. In addition to that, we are also in discussions with the Michigan Department of Natural Resources to potentially offer licensing and permitting services, including ORV stickers, deer tags, fishing, and sports card endorsements. And lastly, in conjunction with the Macomb County Clerk's Office, we are exploring the possibility of becoming a local vital records registrar, which would allow the township to furnish certified copies of birth certificates, marriage licenses, and death certificates directly to residents. So you would be able to get a lot of government business done right here. Oftentimes, especially when it comes to passports, we would have folks come in for passports and they would not have the proper documentation. Either they didn't have a certified copy of a birth certificate, they were missing a marriage license, whatever the case might be. And this would allow them to take care of all of that at one place, one time, and not have to go back and forth. It's a tremendous amount of value-added services for our residents that we would very much like to bring in 2026. The best part about all of this is that at the end of the day, this would all end up in a net surplus for the township as well. So we would be able to help mitigate some of our costs of our service offerings that we have scheduled currently. So at the end of the day, it's a win-win for everybody. Residents win by having increased service offerings. The township would win by having more added to our bottom line. So we're hoping to be able to do that. Look forward to ongoing discussions about it, but just some of the things that we are exploring. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments, department reports, I'll do item 7. Public comments on agenda items only. There's a 3-minute time limit. If you would, please state your name, not required, just so we can keep track of who's speaking. Public comments on agenda item open. The mic is open.
Joe Kadich, I live on Sutton. I've got questions about the item, consider resolution 2025-38, a property tax administration fee for the assessment office. All the years we've been able to get by, and I'm sure it's funded out of the general fund. Why all of a sudden do we need, basically you say another 1% of our property tax is going to come out. We're going to get a 2.5% increase next year at 2.6% on property tax. Now you're going to add another 1%? What's the reasoning behind this? Joe retire, take 7 people to replace him, or what? The other thing is, I had all the notes I wanted to go through on the, when you go through the budget. My printer crapped out. I tried to keep notes. I sent, hopefully you guys got copies of it. Put it on email what I could, that I could read. If not, I got them on my phone. But I'd appreciate if you go through item by item, or area by area, and ask for comments that way. And open it up through the whole thing, not limit it to 3 minutes to say something about the whole budget. It's pretty what, near probably $50 million next year. I think we deserve a good look and a good response from the questions we have. Thank you.
John Speaka, Chesterfield Township. In regards to agenda item C, to approve the 2026 fiscal budget, I think this, my understanding is the board didn't receive the budget till lately. There's a lot in that budget that we need to digest, and I think the board should take a little bit more time and look at it more in depth and detail before approving the budget tonight. As far as item G on there, to approve the recommendation for Bear Construction to replace roofs on pavilions B, C, and D. Again, you're asking, to approve a budget amendment transferring funds from building grounds and maintenance funds to a capital improvement fund. Again, we got to look at how much money, we're throwing into these parks. So, and in my opinion, we're throwing way too much money into the parks when there's other pieces of this township that need dire attention that should take top priority. And then as far as L, to approve a recommendation for the purchase of the police simulation equipment, I fully support and approve that. So that should be a no-brainer for the board. And as far as on the bill run, again, when any purchases are made by any individuals or whatever taxpayer funds are being used, there needs to be a name attached to it. I don't think it's that difficult to attach a name to the money that is being spent in this township. So I'm going to keep repeating it until somebody can actually comprehend it and finally get it right. So it's our money. So we should know, where that money or who's using it and what employee used that money in this township. It's not a hard process, but it seems very difficult for this board or finance to get right.
James Locke, Chesterfield Township. Item Agenda B, that is a tax that we should not be paying. We already pay the man to do that job. It comes out of general funds. His salary is to do that job. Now you want to tax it on top of it? You know, it makes no sense. I know you guys need money. You spent the water department money, and you're in the hole, and you're looking for any kind of money you can get your hands on. But keep adding little taxes? You're ridiculous. Same thing with the water department, agenda item H. That's just not paying for the water, for our water and sewer rates from Great Lakes Water Authority. You're adding on all kind of little tax items on there. You're taxing us, taxing us. It adds up. One there, one another place. You know, yeah, I know. You gotta get enough money to pay the $200,000 that you just paid him to find all these little things. But this is ridiculous. You're supposed to be here for the people of this township. You know? I know you want money to build new things and better township and better things, but sometimes you just have to stop spending and stop taxing us. Think about it a little bit. Thank you.
Any more comments from the public? Move on to item 8, the consent agenda.
All items under the consent agenda are considered routine by the board and will be enacted in one motion. There is no separate discussion of these items. If discussion of any item is required by a board member, it will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. A, approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting of October 28th, 2025. B, approval of the payment of bills as submitted by the Finance Department. C, approval of the payroll report for week ending October 22nd, 2025. D, to approve a recommendation by the Department of Public Safety to authorize payment to R&R Fire Truck Repair in the amount of $12,435.96 for emergency repairs to Fire Truck Engine 1. And E, approve a recommendation by the Department of Public Service to pay Kennedy Industries invoice number 647876.2 for the on-site technician field service cost associated with replacement of a sanitary pump at the Fairchild Sanitary Station by Kennedy Industries for an amount of $5,817.50.
Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
Motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Motion by Clerk Barry, any support? Trustee Vosberg, discussion? A motion by Clerk Barry, supported by Trustee Vosberg, to approve the consent agenda as presented. Clerk Barry.
Clerk Barry, aye. Trustee Vosberg. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Hornberger. Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. Item 9, public hearing. There's 2 public hearings scheduled tonight. Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to open 9A. Motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Anderson. Clerk Barry, could you read the item?
Item 9A is to conduct a public hearing on objections to the cost of the operation and maintenance of detention basins, approval of the special assessment roll, and revised spread of the special assessment roll for Ruby subdivision.
Carrie, go ahead.
Good evening.
I'm sorry. There's a motion to open the public hearing. Clerk Barry, call the roll.
Supervisor.
Did I do this already? Yes. Yep. I already did it. 7:29.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson. Aye. Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Hornberger.
Sorry.
Trustee Vosberg. Aye. Treasurer Elliott. Clerk Barry, aye.
Thank you. Sorry
Yes.
about that, Carrie. Go ahead.
Good evening. This item is being brought to you again. It was first brought in September 23rd board meeting to approve the special assessment roll. This is not a revision of the cost. The cost remains the same. What will change is the allocation of the cost. I'm here to help answer any questions anybody has. If you'd like me to go over the allocation, I can do that.
Just explain what happened. We found an old document.
Yes, okay. So we, ultimately, it was approved to go to the winter tax bills, to be placed on the winter tax bills. However, we found a document that explained that the agreement, 34% of the cost would be attributed to the 5-acre piece part in the 34 parcels that are in that district, and 66% would be to the 33 individual lots located in Ruby subdivision. So the total assessment amount of $36,000 remains unchanged. Only the distribution of the assessment will be revised.
Thank you. Any comments from the public? This is a public hearing. Clerk Barry?
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. The clerk's office is in receipt of one letter of protest for the public hearing received from Mr. and Mrs. Daniel Chafin in Ruby subdivision.
Thank you. Any comments from the public on the public hearing?
Sorry, my name's Scott Liniger. I am new to the township, so it's nice to see some lovely folks here. I do disagree with this upcharge, for instance, because again, this is something that is being brought to, not just my home being here now, but also to my neighbors in our subdivisions here. I object of the cost because I don't see information about the depreciation of the assets of the pumps, for instance, of how long they were supposed to be accounted for. I would request that there are township records for all of the maintenance costs from going back from 1993 all the way to 2024 of what these costs are for me, my new home ownership, but also for my neighbors themselves. Because again, I think some of these maintenance costs, again, doing the math don't make logical sense depending on the maintenance that they're supposed to do, and the breakdown of the sheet that was publicly sent is missing information. So I do object of these charges, and I think this needs to be revisited into a greater matter for its well-being, because it looks like on this, DPS didn't even do a review in September, which is not even noted or documented here, but this looks to be just more of a failure. And if there is no taxpayer dollars to help assist of the depreciation of that value of the pumps over time, that should be accounted for the budget into year over year, because again, just like assets of police cars, fire trucks, things of that nature, there's depreciation value of time and repair costs. So that should be going into the budgets each and every year to help cover those costs. We pay more than enough taxes, and this should just be covered for it at this point in time. So I motion to adjourn.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments?
Until it's red. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Sandra Basso. I live on Emerald Court, which is part of the Ruby Court subdivision. I've been there for 21 years. I do remember probably about 10 years ago paying for a new pump on Jefferson that we didn't have any choice in paying for. Again, it went into our taxes and we had to make that payment, which is a big surprise for a family that I had 2 new children. I've lived there for 21 years, like I said, and to my knowledge, the basin has been maintained. So I'm wondering why all of a sudden, as taxpayers, we're responsible for this huge amount, over $1,000 per household. I don't understand. When I got the first letter, I apologize, I do 12-hour shifts. So this is honestly the first meeting that I've ever been to, because I had small children working late hours. And it's the first time I've attended a meeting like this, but obviously it was important to me to make my first appearance along with my new neighbors and then my other neighbor of 21 years. So I'd appreciate also, like my new neighbor said, Scott, a breakdown. And I saw something about somebody with overtime. Well, if there's maintenance in that, there shouldn't be a problem with overflow and flooding. After I paid for the other pump, my backyard still floods all the way up to my pool. And my husband spends hours pumping it out, so we've seen no difference with the new pump. of 10 years ago. So I don't see, this is a retention pond. It's Chesterfield's responsibility to maintain the grass cutting, the pumping, and things. I think we owe it to Ruby Court and Emerald Court, part of the whole subdivision, of where this breakdown of money and the cost of things comes through, and why we're responsible for the entire amount. Thank you.
Any further comments from the public? With that, Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to close the public hearing. Is there any support?
Second.
Clerk Berry? Clerk Berry, call the roll.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson. Trustee Joseph. Trustee Hornberger. Trustee Vosberg. Treasurer Elliott.
Public hearing closed at 7:36. Real quick, ma'am, if you, can you give your name again? I didn't get it. And we'll give you the documents that you're looking for and kind of explain. One of the, Carrie, can you get it? We'll make sure you get, Carrie will get it for you. Item 9B.
Item 9B is to conduct a public hearing to hear comments on the proposed Chesterfield Township budget for the 2026 fiscal year.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to open the public hearing. Is there any support?
Second.
Clerk Berry. Clerk Berry, call the roll.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson. Trustee Joseph. Trustee Hornberger. Trustee Vosberg. Treasurer Elliott.
Just some quick comments that I'll make. The 2026 budget process and preparation actually began in March of this year, and it began with the capital plan development. This continued on through the year into not only capital plans but line items per department. The 6-year plan review with the capital plan and forecasting included staffing, operational efficiencies, and needs. Monthly budget meetings with department heads, and then in September, October, and November included the elected officials for input. This year we changed the internal direction and added some additional reviews from our outside contractor, the Woodhill Group, to scrutinize, recommend, and to assist in further developing our fiscal year 2026 budget that you have in front of you tonight. My approach to this budget focused on addressing the decreasing general fund revenues while managing and maintaining the township's operation, but then being confronted with increased costs across nearly all vendors that provide services to our township, including labor and, as mentioned, previous board meetings, healthcare costs. Labor negotiations are currently underway, and the goal is to have those wrapped up by the end of the year, but again, that was a consideration in this budget. The township continues to grow and services are always in demand, as Parks and Rec Director Vanison indicated. And again, the philosophy moving forward to 2026 was to increase efficiencies, manage individual department budgets, but tighten the financial belt across our entire operation. The 2026 budget recommendations only includes 5 capital projects. 3 of these are continuations of existing multi-year projects, such as the Demink Bay Harbor Pump Station, completion of a Jefferson Pathway Phase 2 with the grant assistance, maintenance and slight upgrades to the park and its aesthetic appearance at Pollard Park, and then a replacement of a facility barn at Pollard Park, which we were lucky to get funded from the state budget. Those are really the only 3 capital projects that were included in this year's budget, and again, because of the 3 previous ones that are ongoing, they were substantial. This budget was made public in draft form on October 20th. It is not new. It has been out there in public domain since October 20th on all of our media websites, and the proposed budget was addressed or posted on 11/6. Some budget operational discussions and decisions proposed in this budget do include an administrative tax fee of 0.8% and renewed interdepartmental transfers along with monitoring and managing better our increased health care costs for our employees. This proposed budget was designed looking into the future to assure that Chesterfield Township remains on strong financial footing, and not only in this year, but years to come. So there were tough decisions that were discussed and made that were implemented in this budget. And with that being said, I'll take any comments from the public, or will take any comments from the public during this public hearing. The mic is open.
Joe Kadich, the way I normally go through budgets when I was working for Ford is you went through the budget. You don't say how great it is. Sounds like basically Trump's big gorgeous bill. Take it or leave it. But I did have some questions I guess we can ask the general. On the recent building improvement bond for the building, where has that been? I went through the budget, I can't see where it's getting charged. Also, the 26-mile sewer, that was open. That shouldn't be charged to the water customers. I can't find out where that's charged. And also, the construction on the police department building. There's charges in there that I don't understand for the police department. I thought the police department budget or building was paid for. It looks like it's being charged $180,000 a year for a lease. Who are they leasing it from? And if we're leasing it, why the hell are we rebuilding it? Pardon me? No, I just got to find it on my phone, that's all. I sent you an email. It'd be easy, if you got a copy, it's easier to read than off of this thing. Anyway, while she's looking to her, the other thing I had was the police department, all the money's being spent. I don't see anything or any progress toward repaying the initial $3.5 million he did in, 2017 to fund the police department from the general fund. And then when you did that, you combined it, called it public safety, and bled $10 million out of the fire equipment fund. It's gone, 3 million's gone, and you're doing all this other stuff for the police department. We already paid for a lot of that. And now you're basically taking more money and spending it, never replacing it. How much money do you know? This $13 million we're talking about that we paid for, that all it did was fund the police department, which you, instead of funding them, you grew them by 50%. Why in the hell can't we take some of that budget and give it back to the general fund instead of spending all the money on the police department? It would help a lot. Get to the water and sewer fund. Premise on that, going through it, looks like we're collecting about 18 million, 17 and a half, $18 million through the general collections for the water and sewer, which includes depreciation. And I'd like you to acknowledge that. We went through this the last 4 years when you said depreciation wasn't real money. You showed an expense, and we know it's in the bills, about $1 for water, $1 for sewer, but it doesn't show up that I can see any place in here. Unless you're saying this is where it's funded from. We'd like some clarification on it. Best way is you were originally going to go when you had the H. $16 million. We collect $18 million, $8.5 million. He has said anything about where the rest of it was, which was the depreciation money. Still uncalled for.
Okay, thank you very much.
I got more.
3 minutes is up.
Well, thank
I
you.
even let you go further.
John Speaka, Chesterfield Township. 6 years in that seat, Mr. Supervisor, and you still can't get it right. Before you have a public hearing or public comments on the budget, you should have the proposed budget put out so that the public can see it. That's the proper way to do it. So this way, after it's proposed, it's talked about and discussed, the public can come up and have public comments in regards to the proposed budget. So doing it this way is totally asinine. So you're doing it backwards. You need to talk about the budget, present it, and put it up there so the residents can come up and ask questions about what's in the budget. So I totally disagree with the way this board's handling this budget and the discussion of it.
Any further comments from the public? Any further comments from the public? Seeing none, Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to close the public hearing. Is there any support?
Support.
Motion by Clerk Berry. Clerk Berry, call the roll.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Hornberger. Trustee Vosberg. Treasurer Elliott.
Closed at 7:48. Item 10, the regular agenda. Item 10A, Clerk Berry.
Thanks. Item 10A is to approve resolution number 2025-36 to confirm the revised spread of the special assessment roll for Ruby subdivision detention pond operation and maintenance to be placed on the winter tax roll for the amount of $36,225.21.
Is there a motion to approve as read? So moved. Trustee Joseph, supported by Supervisor Kersten. Discussion? Any discussion for the board? Trustee Joseph?
Yeah, just to address a couple of the comments that were raised from the podium during the public comment. So this particular, excuse me, this particular issue was brought before the board a few months ago with all of the other detention ponds. And I don't know the specific questions regarding the maintenance that the first speaker had, but I believe that we covered a lot of those during the September meeting, and I would assume, Carrie, you could help, sort of reiterate the maintenance of the pond, which seemed to be the focal point of the first question, the first speaker's questions. The second speaker, I appreciate that you
Don't have it in front of me. I believe it's 773,000. Yep.
Have one? Oh, maybe. Could you expound a little bit on trustee Vosberg's question regarding the summer taxes and the collection that we do, in essence, for the school districts? There is an administrative fee associated with that is charged to the school districts. Your comment or response was that it really doesn't cover the costs that the township incurs?
Of the entire summer tax roll, and then, of course, it would have nothing to do with the winter taxes either, so. What the admin fee for you today, the 0.8% would do is it would cover the balance between what the school administration fee is covering and the remainder of the cost of the treasury and assessing departments.
Okay, and then the amount, roughly 700,000, I think, is the budget line item that this 0.8% generates in additional revenue.
That's correct.
And that revenue, again, cited in the statute, allows the township to cover the cost of the property tax assessment, as well as the review and appeal processes, which have grown substantially in the number of residents that are, challenging their assessment. These require our assessing department to, there's considerable work there to prepare a response to a challenge. This fee is designed to address some of those costs.
Yes.
Thank you.
And if you recall, we just approved one previously where they were appealing it. We hired a law firm outside to help defend it, so there was substantial cost of that.
In the discussion that we had regarding that challenge to their assessed rate is in the hundreds of thousands of dollars if we don't, if we just sort of accept the, and these are massive retailers that come in, they dispute the tax being assessed, and they're rolling the dice because they have a number of stores in a number of communities, and if they can get Chesterfield to sort of, I guess, lay down and not respond legally, then they will take the Chesterfield ruling and make it a part of their case in other communities. So the cost associated with the collection of taxes, again, I realize that it is an additional fee that we, as Trustee Anderson said, we spent considerable time on our very first board over a decade ago saying that it was an unfair tax, in essence, charged to our homeowners. The difficulty and the reason that I have a slightly different view on this is looking at the cost of general fund expenditures that go to our assessing department. It's not just about processing a tax bill anymore. It is about, unfortunately, responding to litigation, which, if we don't have a vigorous sort of way of responding, we become sort of sitting ducks for the savvy individual who says, hey, it doesn't cost me anything to challenge it, and it costs the township significant monies to establish why. We have a very good track record. It's not as if we're overtaxing businesses or we seem to be on point when it comes to our proper assessment, and our assessing team does a great job of making sure that we have credibility. But when it's challenged and there's court action, we have to go in with a full defense, and these are specialty areas. This isn't something that And I appreciate House Counsel. I appreciate Mr. Siebert's assessment on these. He gives us great feedback in terms of when it's time to bring in a tax attorney and somebody who specializes in these areas. But the litigation that we're involved with now from some of these big box retailers is simply coming out of the general fund. And I don't know how we offset that without a reintroduction, unfortunately, of what I think is reasonable, and it generates the revenue. Again, I know that the assaults are going to come, but this isn't money that we can spend or we're planning to spend in the park or in the police department, or why don't you, this is attributed to, and the assessment that was done to look at what it costs us to collect taxes. It's not just about opening an envelope and processing a check. As I said, there are legal fees associated, big legal fees, and I don't know how we pay for that if we don't build into the cost this administrative fee. Thank you.
Again, you're spot on, and that was this wasn't taken lightly. This was debated and discussed, and this wasn't taken lightly. Again, knowing that who it impacts and why. But to your point, and well made, we are confronted with a growing list of appeals that are substantial in nature, and I think the last law firm came from California. So it's one of the considerations that was taken in place in the budget and why this was imposed. Any further? Treasurer Elliott?
Mr. Dare, you don't have your notes, the email of your recommendation that you sent?
I have them over here.
Do you? Okay. So you recommended us, why did you recommend for us to go with 0.8% or 80 basis points rather than?
Well, the 0.8% again had to do with the fact that between the school administration fee and this, you don't want to exceed the total cost, of course, which is what this is for, of your department and the assessing department's services. The tax admin fee and the school admin fee combined then reach that threshold roughly at the 0.8%. That's why we didn't go fully to 1%.
So it doesn't include legal fees, it's just the cost of the assessing department and the treasurer's department, is that correct?
The legal fees would be as the result of the activities happening in assessing and treasury in that case.
I see, okay. And then, so did you go back and do like some historical comparisons of treasury and assessing, staffing and budgets? Or did you just do the assessment for the last couple of years?
I believe the number was based off of 2025's budget, basically, as that was developed.
Okay,
Yeah.
because we had a resident ask what's changed, right? So what's changed? Why are we charging this fee now and we didn't, what's changed over the years? So you didn't do an analysis of
Well, the determination of what you're going to do or not going to do tonight, of course, is up to this board. I've provided some tools in order to achieve the goal overall, of course, of a more healthy budget for 2026. This is one of those tools, but ultimately the decision on whether or not to move forward or not is up to this body, and as far as justifying it, that is also, I'm just here, of course, to provide the calculations and the options, of course, from my experience in developing budgets through the year.
Did you by any chance take a look and see if there was any communities, neighboring communities that are charging this?
The immediately neighboring townships in North Macomb County, the few I looked at, they did not. Of course, there are many other communities across the state and across this region that do. So it is the prerogative of each community's governing board to make that determination.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Joseph, any further questions? Trustee Joseph, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate the assessment of 2025, and for me, having had a front row seat, and part of the really the driving force behind eliminating this fee over a decade ago. What's changed for me was sitting in a closed session and hearing the gravity of what happens when a big box retailer partners with other big box retailers and tries to pick off our assessing department. And they allege that we screwed up in how we assessed their taxes. And so when they file court action and we are not prepared to respond, the outcome from losing that court case is hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we're stuck either way. We either defend our assessing department, which we believe is accurate, or we lay down, and then all of the revenue generating things that we do when big box stores come into the township, we are then basically chumps because our assessing department is not strong if we don't support our assessing department, and then you don't have an ability to generate any tax revenue, because any retailer with size and access to a legal department, it's free money to challenge it, and if we're not prepared, we lose. Secondly, what's changed is when this administrative fee was repealed, and again, this was something that we had in place a decade ago. What was different and what changed was the bottom had fallen out in home values, and we were in a situation where people's property values had plummeted. There was no challenges to the level of challenges we see to the assessed value of their home when it was dropping. When property values were plummeting, people were generally less inclined to come to the township and file a challenge to their assessed value. Now, as the property values return and people's homes are now hundreds of thousands of dollars more in value, so a home that was purchased in 20 years ago for $130,000 now sells for $300,000. As a result of Headley, there can be no just sort of instant change in the property value. So if the property value goes up 20% in 1 year, the maximum tax increase can only be 5%. So we can lose tax revenue at whatever rate the market falls, but we cannot gain it back so we've had a period of time now where year over year, property values have increased. In talking with Carrie and her assessing team, you see a greater challenge from residents who are concerned. They go, I had a 5% increase and a 5% increase and a 5%. I don't think you got it right. It costs money. It costs time and hours to respond to those tax challenges, and that's what's changed for me. Just watching the volume of challenges, and most notably the challenges that come from some of these big box retailers, which really stand to cut into our revenue stream in 6 figures, and over time grows to 7 figures. That we must do everything we can to have the proper staff to counter those challenges, inclusive of outside legal consultants. There are very few, even in the country, not just the region, and as the supervisor said, the recommendation was to contract with a firm that specializes in these, that was, I believe, from the state of California. So these are very, very intricate problems, and if we don't, I don't know where the money comes from to properly insulate ourselves from these challenges. So that's what's changed in my assessment over the last decade.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the board? Comments from the board? I have a motion to approve item 10B. Motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Joseph, to approve item 10B. If you would, please vote on the monitor. It is powered back up. Results will appear on the screen once all votes are cast. Motion passes 4-3. Item 10C.
Item 10C is to approve a request by the Finance Department to adopt Resolution Number 2025-32 to approve the 2026 fiscal year budget.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve. Is there any support? Trustee Joseph. Again, I read my statement. You have my letter dated with the budget on October 31st of 2025. Again, this is not something that's taken lightly. This is a year-long process to at least get a budget in a draft form that's to you. I've got to thank the Woodhill Group for coming in, helping us scrutinize it, looking at it, making suggestions and recommendations. This is, I don't want, it's been described, the budget's we're in bad shape. No, we're not in bad shape. We're just tightening our belt like every homeowner around here is, moving forward and trying to become more efficient with each department, each line item. And we've done a lot of things internally with the budget, reduce costs. The resident that spoke to the bond fees for the buildings, those are in there. Those are standard. The 26-mile road service maintenance fee is in there. It's accounted for. PD renovation was a bond. That is in there. The lease for the building, that has been in there historically, and that does cover the bond costs. As to the old argument that always comes up about repaying public safety, again, that's a separate budget, not here. That was done, over with, and we've moved on from there as far as I can say, unless anybody wants to chime in to address that specifically. It's just, it's old news. And as has been, we've talked about it several times. So this is a conservative budget, from my opinion. The staff has worked on it very hard. I've made my recommendations, and I'll take questions from the board if there is anything left unsaid. Treasurer Elliott?
Mr. Supervisor, I'd like to make a motion to amend the proposed budget as follows. Increase General Fund 101 revenue for passport processing in line item 101-000-629.000 by $60,000. Number 2, amend Fund 101 Department 253 Treasury and Fund 591 Department Water Sewer to allocate the same Treasury employee to Water and Sewer Department Cost Center as was allocated in the 2025 budget. And number 3, amend General Fund 101 for both the Department 215 Clerk and 253 Treasurer to reflect the funding allocations for deputies as adopted by the Township Board and the job descriptions approved on December 12th, 2024.
Is there support for that amendment?
I'll support
Motion by Treasurer Elliott.
that for purposes of discussion. I would request that we take each one separately and not vote on all three together. We'd separate the three. There were three items to amend. I would request that we consider each one separately.
Which one do you want to take first? The motion was for all of them as she made them, so does she want them, how do you want to address it?
Amend the motion. You want to take item 1, increase the General Fund 101,
Sure,
or
that's
General
up to
Fund
you,
101
whatever order,
revenue
but
for passport processing
Yep.
in line item 101-000-629.000 by $60,000. Do you want to continue to support that?
I'll let the clerk support that. I'll support that for purposes of discussion, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. As I stated in my board report, I was waiting for, we weren't sure how staffing was going to be, what changes were going to need to be made. When I saw the draft budget and saw that the clerk's department is being kept intact and fully staffed with the exception of the reduction of the deputy, then I was able to look at an option of bringing back our passports because we couldn't do passport processing without our full staff. So I can understand wanting to take them separately, but just understand that we can absolutely increase our revenue by $60,000 by bringing back passports. That has been historically about what it's been in the last couple of years. In 2023, the net gain for the township was $65,000 roughly, 65,000 and some change. And then the year before that, in 2022, our revenue was just over 60,000, and that's our net revenue. So that's not a gross figure. The gross is much higher, but that is our net to our bottom line in terms of creating revenue for us. However, it is very time intensive, it's very labor intensive, and so you need a full staff in order to be able to do it. So in bringing back the passport revenue, we can also utilize that same staff to add all of those other services that I talked about earlier. That would be more money to the budget as well. So in order for that to happen, we need to be fully staffed. And that includes full staffing, or excuse me, full funding of the deputy. In the event that we have a full staff at full time, which is our 3 clerical, our 3 managers, myself, and the deputy all at full capacity, we will be able to offer all of those services and at a minimum bring a net surplus to the budget of $7,000. That's minimum, and that's just with passports. Once we add the other services, that will just be in addition to that. So when looking at the amount of those other services that are utilized by the people in our area in Chesterfield Township, we can approximate that about another $10,000 to $20,000 the first year. So that would be, regardless of which way we go, if we approve the amendment to the budget to allow for that full staffing, we are then also able to increase our general fund by at least the $60,000. That would be a minimum, and that would actually give us a net surplus. So again, no loss to the township. In fact, it gains to our bottom line, and it helps to offset some of the additional costs that we will incur during an election year too. So we're looking for ways to help mitigate clerk's department costs so that we have less burden on the general fund and we're able to self-sustain. So by adding these services, we are able to recognize some additional revenue that we wouldn't have otherwise, and hopefully help to do our part in alleviating the general fund, even if it's by, a few $1,000s, and hopefully it'll be by much more than that. But worst case scenario with approving these amendments for the clerk's department is a net gain for the township of about $7,000 based on previous year's figures.
Thank you. Trustee Joseph.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so when I first heard the proposed amendment, I was encouraged because there's some issues that were line item sort of issues, and these were the treasurer's line items. When the motion was first made, I thought, this is nice, because I did want to have discussions about individual topics. But then I realized what was going on. And what's going on is during the clerk's report, when we made our department reports, we got an update on the wonderful prognostication of bringing back the passport. Now, my recollection of passports was not that it was in any way revenue neutral and certainly not an enhancement to the township bottom line. There were an abundance of overtime hours associated with processing passports, and it was all the heavy lifting was done by the staff. Didn't see the clerk sharing in the put our backs to the wheel and let's get this award-winning 0.001% error rate passport processing team. It didn't go that way to my recollection. So the numbers that are being thrown about what this is a great opportunity to generate revenue, I have never seen it. I tolerated it without much objection because I thought it was a valuable service. And sometimes in government, when we look at service and what we provide to the residents versus what we make, I thought it was an okay enough to just keep my mouth shut while it was happening. But there's a tremendous amount of overtime. There was also a lot of purchasing of equipment, and that was all done in the interest of passport days. So I realized there, to kind of close the loop on this, that if you're wondering why the treasurer would be interested in the clerk's function of a passport line item review, you got to go down to what I suspect we will discuss as the proposed amendment item 3, which has to do with the funding for the clerk and the treasurer deputies. And I feel that it's a bit disingenuous to incorporate those. I'm glad that the items were bifurcated. I'll reserve my bulk of my complaints when that issue should it come before the board. But taking them one at a time, we should flat out reject any increase in the general fund line item 101-000-629 by 60K until we get a full accounting of the numbers that Clerk Berry so generously provided us tonight. I would like them to come from Mr. Adair. We have the Woodhill Group that we've contracted with precisely to examine these types of things. If you could perhaps look at past cost of passport production and then also what the projected cost and revenue, I would like to have that objectively reviewed before, and we can always make a budget amendment later on down the line when it's clear that there's a lot of money sitting out there. We just need to pass good legislation. So I would enthusiastically encourage my fellow board members to vote no on this, and then to go a little bit deeper. As I was listening to the clerk describe the only way to accomplish this is to be fully staffed, and she recited, and that includes 3 clerical and 3 clerks in the 3 clerical in the clerk's office as well as 3 managers. And I really had a hard time going past that because then you have the full-time clerk and the full-time deputy. Total of 8 FTEs in that department, and 5 of them are managerial. Just ask yourself what department operates with 3 employees, 3 people doing the heavy lifting, and then 5 people supervising those 3. If that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about the distribution of workload, I don't think you need to look any further than that. A 1-to-1 on supervisor, 3 clerical, supervised by 3 managers, and then overseen by 2 administrators, making over line items that cost you, the taxpayer, over $100K. So I think there's a lot of work to be done on the proposed $60,000 increase, in this particular line item, and I would encourage my fellow board members to roundly reject that.
Thank you. Trustee Bosberg?
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I will not be voting for this particular one at this time because it only has one side of the equation, and that is the revenue. We need to also have the costs that would be involved in that. So I think it's a admirable goal to return passport processing, but I think we can amend the agenda at another point to do that. Thank you.
Clerk Beer?
Yeah, that's fine. I think that's a fair question, and I knew I had, the revenue was easy enough to pull, but we have a lot of other options now that we did not have before, and so we'll be proposing what the other side of the equation is, and I think we're still going to find that we end up in a positive at the end of the day. So it doesn't matter to me whether we do them or not, but the supervisor had asked all departments to look for additional sources of revenue, and so we did exactly that. And again, we have a lot more options now for increasing revenue. Of course, there's going to be a cost associated with getting that revenue, but I think it's a fair question to ask for what it's going to cost. I think what you'll end up finding at the end of the day, and Mr. Adair and I will work on it together, is that you'll find that it's a net positive at the end of the day. Again, it doesn't matter to me. I agree with Trustee Joseph, actually, that I also felt that it was a valuable service to offer, and that's why I was excited to share with you some of the other services that we can now have the ability and the opportunity to offer. I'd love to expand that. But if we don't, we don't. Oh, the clerk's office has a lot to do next year. And I can also tell the board too, and this might be jumping into maybe one of the other items, but if the board chooses to reduce our deputy salary to what's proposed. We will have her for 6 months out of the year. It may not be her, it may be a different deputy, but that is enough to have our deputy serve for the 3 months of the primary election and the 3 months of the general election. It will not be an everyday available individual. It will not be somebody who's going to be in the office regularly. It's going to be someone who is going to be very specific in terms of election duties, and the amount of hours that it takes. Clerks and deputies routinely across the board spend between 60 and 80 hours a week, every week for 3 to 4 weeks, every election. So you do the math on that, that's about what it pays for. So just so that there's a realistic expectation, we were just trying to smooth that out and be able to pay for some of that cost so that we can have full service all the time for our residents. But again, doesn't matter to me either way, just bringing forward something that we had been asked to come up with. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? So on the amended motion presented by Treasurer Elliott, supported by Trustee Bosberg, the motion, I don't have it verbatim, was to increase General Fund 101 for passport processing in line item 101 000 629 000 by $60,000. Since this is not on the electronic format, it's a deviation from, there will be a in-person vote or verbal vote, and again, motion by Treasurer Elliott, supported by Trustee Vosberg to approve the amended as suggested. Clerk Berry?
Just for clarification, this is just on the first
Just on
item,
the very
correct?
first
Okay.
amendment that was, yes. we
The increased
separated them.
general fund 101 revenue.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Treasurer Elliott? Yes. Trustee Vosberg? No. Trustee Anderson?
Nope.
Trustee Joseph?
No.
Trustee Hornberger? No. Supervisor Kersten?
No.
Clerk Berry, aye.
The second point on the amended, Treasurer Elliott, do you want to read it just for clarity purposes, or you want the clerk to do it?
The second motion, motion on the second question is to amend Funds 101, Department 253, Treasury, and Fund 591, Department, Water and Sewer, to allocate the same Treasury employee to the Water and Sewer Department Cost Center as was allocated in the 2025 budget.
Is there a motion to approve this? Motion by Treasurer Elliott. Is there any support?
Support.
Sure, Clerk Berry.
I think it was Rossman.
Okay, Rossberg, trustee
think so.
Rossberg. Again, I'll defer to Treasurer Elliott, if she wants to explain why this was.
So when we originally had done away with the inter-fund service transfers, the cost of the water and sewer collection of bills, that ended up being a direct cost, and it was what they did is that instead of in the interfund service transfers, they take a little portion of various departments and they use that, and they take and bill those departments, the other enterprise funds for the collection, for assessing, or not assessing, but for the treasury collection, for HR, for finance, different departments that they have that they bill. Back a few years ago, I think that was in 2021, we did away with that interfund service transfers, and what they did is they did a direct cost charge. And so they took what the finance director did at that time was had one treasury employee billed to the water and sewer department, because over 80% of the transactions that are handled in treasury are water and sewer bills. And so that was how that was handled, and that has been handled that way ever since. And so this here, it was an amendment just to, because this is not being caught in the inter-fund service transfers, so this is a way to stay within that direct billing.
Thank you. Trustee Joseph.
Yeah, I guess there is no dollar amount attached to this, and I assume it's because the employee, whether they are allocated to the Treasury Department or to the Water Department, the transaction is being done by a township employee independent of which department they report to. Is that a fair statement?
Well, it's coming on two different funds. So so you're going to be charging. We have an administrative fee that you're going to charge on the tax bills, and then tonight we're also looking at an administrative fee that's being charged to water and sewer bills. And the interfund service transfer does not acknowledge that. So what you're basically, in my opinion, you're double dipping. We're also charging the school districts $4 per parcel. That used to be, when I first started, $1.75 a parcel. That we have now renegotiated that to charge the school districts for $4 a parcel. So that's another area. So you've got, and the water and sewer is the transactions. It's 80% of the transactions that are being done are for water and sewer collections. And so this is a way for the water and sewer fund to reimburse the general fund. And it's not being caught in the interfund service transfers, so then I'm saying stick with the direct charge, and maybe next year that will be calculated in the interfund service transfers.
That was a, I got lost, I'll be honest. That's,
Can
It's-
I chime in for a minute?
Yeah, maybe if I just posed the question to you differently, and this is the heart of that question is this. The work needs to be done. The supervisor, according to the Township Charter Act, directs the day-to-day operations of staffing. And whatever the service delivery for whatever department, there is nothing from what I can see in the Township Charter Act that designates employees to any other elected official except the supervisor. all the township employees, with the exception of the board, well, it wasn't even a board, with the exception of the deputies that serve the treasurer and the clerk, they have no other employees. The employees in their respective departments are assigned based on the supervisor's breakdown of how to conduct day-to-day operations. You do that in concert with your HR director, and you look at the totality of the work in every department. This proposal seems to be less about a budgetary issue and more about a fiefdom, which fiefdom is going to preside over the employees. There's only one supervisor who directs the day-to-day operations. This has nothing to do with budgetary costs, and I would appreciate, Mr. Supervisor, can we accomplish the tasks that are associated with this particular job appropriately, whether that's a enterprise fund allocation or a general fund allocation, without this amendment?
So, yes, and I'll give you some background on this. My goal was to separate enterprise fund from general fund, period. That has been a point of contention before I became supervisor. The process of unwinding that has been slow, but we're getting there. And my goal this year was to just, enterprise fund's going to stand on its own. And we will allocate that staffing metrics once we develop it. As I've always had a problem with, I don't know what that metrics was. I could never get a clear picture. We've got a slight proposal in this budget that Mr. Adair's been working on, but it will get better in future budget years. The goal that you're asking, is the job going to get done? Yes, the job's going to get done. It's just if I'm here tonight asking residents to raise their water and alter that, then I want the residents to understand where their water and sewer money is going. And it's coming from the enterprise fund. Now, we allocated half of a staff member budgetarily to the Treasury Department to collect bills. Where that allocation comes from, to your point, it really doesn't matter. The job is always going to get done. But I want enterprise fund to stand on its own. General fund we manage that very well, and it can support the Treasury Department. But moving forward, as I said, we've got to look at how we allocate staff, what their tasks are, and what their jobs are. A lot of our payments are now transitioning to electronic payments. As the clerk said, she wants to put a kiosk in from the DNR, Secretary of State. We are working on a proposal here for kiosks in this building to where you don't need that human interaction, because most of this is mail. You'll mail out the bill, you either pay it electronically, or you can come into our lobby or the island out front, pull up and swipe your card and pay whatever profile bill you have. That's the direction that we're going, and I know that's deep and that's in future planning, but go back to this position. It was a half a position funded out of general fund. We're simply removing it, putting it back in Treasury. They're still going to do the same job. Nothing's going to change. The funding for the one employee that collects bills is simply enterprise that sits in Treasury. And if you remember, one of the first things I did was they were collecting water bills over at the DPW building. I didn't like that. All money should transact in this building here. And that was the reason why that employee moved over here in the first place. I want to make sure that there is a known separation between water and sewer. And don't be surprised if next year we come in and we have actual data and numbers that we can provide you, how many water and sewer bills are coming in over the counter, and we give that. We can easily reallocate enterprise staff back to that, or enterprise fund staff to that. But again, this was a discretionary move on my part, presenting the budget. Nothing is going to change. To your point, the employees are still going to be there. They're still going to function. They're still service residents over the counter. It's just a more distinct version of separation of enterprise between general fund. That's my explanation. Anything further? Trustee Vosberg?
Yeah, thank you. If I'm reading this motion right, it's to put the person in the employee will be billed, will be in the water and sewer department cost center. And that's what the intent of that employee is, right?
Yeah, the half of employee. There was a 1.5 that was allocated there through the metrics that was designed. There was one full-time
So,
employee and then a half.
so that's
of
being changed from 1.5 to
It's gonna
1?
be one.
Because they're doing less water and sewer work? I'm sorry,
No, the volume of work hasn't changed. It's just, I believe we can do it with one person, and the enterprise fund should fund that one person in that treasury department.
but we're not reducing staff?
No, not at this time, we're not. No proposal in this budget to reduce staff, reallocate.
Okay, I'm confused because I thought that there's 1.5 people that collect money on behalf of that spend hours. I don't care if they collect money or what they do, speak to customers, whatever it is. That 1.5 that are billed through the water and sewer,
That is correct.
right? And why is there a change that only 1 and not 1.5? Again, I didn't understand that part.
Just one. We're moving the other employee back to general fund to treasury assignment.
Right, and why is that?
Just, I'm working to separate enterprise fund, and I don't think that two of them, 1.5 employees need to be there. Again, we're moving to an electronic format, and I think that traffic will reduce itself, or has been reducing itself.
Okay, I'm still confused because I thought you said they still both, that 1.5 still works for the water and sewer.
No, I'm not, the line item, the budget expense for half of an employee there comes from enterprise fund. I'm removing that and putting them all back in general fund under treasury. The water and sewer employee that is assigned to treasury, there's one employee that is solely funded from enterprise.
Okay.
Treasurer Elliott?
So there is an employee who sits in Treasury that does the billing, and that's the outgoing bills and the customer service to go along with the outgoing bills. Then there is another employee, and both were billed to water and sewer for the last 3 years, and that was a full employee. And I got that data from the budget coordinator, Karen Trombley, sent an email regarding the interfund service transfers. It's in the second attachment under data, and that full employee has been in the cost center for water and sewer. And there are less checks coming into the counter than there was years ago because people aren't using checks as much. However, paying electronically has more technical reconciliation, and it doesn't change the amount of transactions that are done just because they're not in check form. They're still the same amount. There's actually more because the township is growing. So there's actually more work. And this proposed budget does reduce the treasurer's staff by a half a person and overall. And Treasury is the one department that actually is getting a staff reduction if these budget amendments don't go through. However, Treasury is one of the things that was used in order to pass the previous agenda item for the administrative fee on your tax bills.
Thank you. Trustee Joseph?
Yeah, I think in her explanation, we summed it up exactly right. The concern is that the people that report to the treasurer are going to be reduced. Again, that is a staffing issue that is uniquely addressed by the supervisor according to the Michigan Township Charter Act. The supervisor handles the day-to-day operations, and I appreciate, and for anyone who's wondering why the continued debate is the result of this. There are certain funds that you are taxed, and I understand the mindset of the taxpayers, like, well, you take my money, through an SAD process. You take my money through an administrative fee process. You take my money through the enterprise fund, but it's all coming out of my bank account. The distinction and the area of concern that the supervisor addressed with this agenda item has to do specifically with the enterprise fund. The enterprise fund is comprised of monies that are collected through your use of water and sewer. The rates that are crafted are reflective of what we pay through Great Lakes Water Authority for the cost of the water, and what we pay through the MID, which is the Macomb County Drain Intercept. The sewage and the water rates are fixed, and then there are costs associated with getting the water to your house and the sewage away from your house. That is what pays for the township employees. So if you can make a reasonable argument that the staffing is attributed to the water and sewer, then you can you can assess the enterprise fund for those monies. You'll hear it more when we talk about the debate over whether or not to raise water rates, because it has been, as the supervisor alluded to, something that he's been concerned about, and Trustee Anderson and I have been way concerned about, with the amount of employees that are attached to the enterprise fund that aren't, in my opinion, and in the opinion of many others, associated with the proper utilization of that enterprise fund. And that is not an area that the board needs to go out for a millage request. We don't necessarily have to consult with you. We can just simply raise your water rates to cover these shortfalls. It's disingenuous to not have every I dotted and T crossed when you're talking about the utilization of enterprise fund monies here. And what the supervisor is basically saying in the support of his budget proposal is, I've looked at the utilization of the enterprise fund, and I don't think that we need a staff and a half. I don't think that we need a full-time employee and a half of another full-time employee charged to the enterprise fund, because that's driving up your water rates. That's driving up the bill that you pay. He's saying we can do it through the funding that you already pay in the general fund, at least 1/2 of a position. The motion made by the treasurer and supported by whoever supported it is an attempt to keep that individual in the way that it's been done in the past. But I'm telling you, the way that it's been done in the past, this is just one of many changes that are long overdue, and I appreciate the supervisors adjusting that because I think he's prepared for a full-throated defense of why he needs to raise the water rates. And he knows that what's coming is, are we efficiently running that enterprise fund? Do we have every expense attributed to the water bill? And in this particular area, one of many, he's saying, I can do better, and he's doing better by realigning who does what. And this comes out of what I think there is a perceived belief. As I said, the word I used is fiefdom, but none of these employees belong to anybody but you. And the supervisor is charged with the execution of day-to-day operations. So this is a budget change, like the next one we're going to talk about, that addresses cost and efficiencies. And I applaud you, Mr. Supervisor, and I will be roundly rejecting this motion as well.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the board, questions? Again, this is an amendment, so I have a motion by Treasurer Elliott, supported by Trustee Vosberg. Clerk Berry, do you want to read the amendment? Or the motion, I mean, the amended motion?
Motion is to amend Funds 101 Department 253 Treasury and Fund 591 Department Water and Sewer to allocate the same Treasury employee to the Water and Sewer Department Cost Center as was allocated in the 2025 budget.
Again, Clerk Berry, you're going to have to call the roll on this. Oh, Trustee Vosberg.
Could I have one follow-up question? Is through the supervisor to Mr. Adair, are you familiar with this issue? in terms of the math of allocating costs and stuff? Pardon me? No, I don't need to know the dollar amount. Just the fact that there only needs to be 1.5 employees instead of 2. I'm sorry, one instead of 1.5?
That's an operations decision.
That's a what?
That was an operations decision. I didn't weigh in on that event directly.
Okay. But it does impact the, I guess I'm asking, does it impact it would make by approving this, it would make the cost to the water and sewer department go up, increasing it. Okay, all right, thank you.
Good. Clerk Berry.
Treasurer Elliott. Trustee Vosberg. Trustee Anderson. Trustee Joseph. Trustee Hornberger. Supervisor Kersten.
No.
Clerk Berry, aye.
And then amendment number 3.
Amendment number 3 is to amend the General Fund 101 for both the Department 215 clerk and 253 treasurer to reflect the funding allocations for deputies as adopted by the Township Board and the job descriptions approved on December 12th, 2024.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Clerk Berry. Is there any support? Treasurer Elliott. Discussion? Again, I'll lay this one on. This wasn't taken, another decision wasn't taken lightly. We've imposed a difficult, or we've approached a difficult task of rising healthcare costs. Working with HR, looking at our healthcare costs, just looking at where we can save on, in that area, and this was just one of them that I met with the treasurer and the deputy, the treasurer and the clerk. I'll let them speak to the value of it. I am not seeing it. Again, not knowing their roles and not stepping on their toes. It's just a simple economics approach to me as to how these positions are funded and then the benefits received along with them. I fully understand that this is the area that Trustee Joseph mentioned and Mr. Siebert has weighed in on several times. The board cannot tell or dictate who these individuals are, and this was just a position approach to it. Their hours of work, I cannot interfere with that as the clerk has described, but again, just another small cost saving measure that I looked at and I believe there's value in, and that's why it is included in the budget. With that being said, that is the reason why it's in this budget. I'll defer it back to the clerk and the treasurer to discuss. Clerk Barrett.
So for me, I understand the desire to reduce costs. I find it interesting that these are, out of over 200 employees, the only 2 employees that are being asked to be reduced. We are not reducing part-time staff in any other department. We are not reducing or suspending contracts for all of the contractors we have here. You're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars in contractor contracts for work that could be getting done by your elected officials, that could be getting done by others who are qualified in our departments, but we're paying contractors. That doesn't really make any sense, but we're doing that because, you know, they've come along and sold the board on their abilities. And that's fine. But the fact of the matter is, for me, going into an election year to have any reduction in staff, particularly the deputy, who is the only person in the entire township who can do what I do. There is no one else, not the supervisor, not any other elected official, not any of our department heads, not even my election coordinator has the authorities that my deputy has. That is the only other person who can exercise the authority in an election. And we have 2 of the biggest elections that we have. The biggest election we do is the presidential general. The second biggest is the gubernatorial general, especially in a year when we have open seats. So that is why deputies and clerks work the hours that they do, because we're the only ones who can do so many functions involved with the elections. So for me, the timing is horrible. So I looked for a way, and I presented the supervisor, I present the board with a way to make it revenue neutral or budget neutral. There's two things I suggested. The first thing I suggested when it came up to me that we have a budget problem, I said, I understand that, let me help with a solution. My first ask, or my first suggestion was, as pointed out, I have 3 clerical staff. And to the comment that they do the heavy lifting, the fact of the matter is, all of the people in my department do equal. They all do different things. But I mean, I could do the rundown of what everybody does, but there's nobody that does any more than anybody else. They all do different things. However, when I was asked to reduce costs, I said, okay, I can afford, by moving some pieces around, I can sacrifice 2 clerical. Those 2 clerical would have saved more than double what's being proposed here. So if it's all about money, if it truly is about money, that would have reduced us by 2 benefit packages and over double what the proposed savings is they're giving you here. That's my first thing I asked for. The budget came out, that didn't happen. So we could have saved, whatever that number is, $150,000 by eliminating those 2. I offered that. That was rejected. So I said, okay, the value of that deputy for the elections operation here in the township, we have never had a part-time deputy, ever. There's always been a full-time deputy, always. And when it comes to an election, you have to have that. It's a non-negotiable. So I came up with a solution for how to pay for that. Because I understand exactly what's trying to be accomplished. So I said, okay, let me find a way to fund that so it doesn't hit the general fund. We'll pay for it with clerk services because I recognize the need. And I understand the concerns that were brought up here today. And I'm going to provide the board with those numbers they've asked for. Mr. Adair and I will do that. So my only option left, if the deputy is not brought up to what she currently is, if I don't have a full-time deputy next year, the only option I have is to basically only have her work 6 months out of the year, and it's the 6 months during the election cycle, because that's all I can afford. That $40,000, it's all I can afford to pay for. So I'm willing to do that because it's my only other option, because I need to have that individual, that position has to be available for, there can be no limit on their availability because of the responsibilities during that period of time. So that is what I'm faced with. So I provided a couple of different options. I don't know why they weren't chosen. I don't know why, when we could save $150,000 off our bottom line in the clerk's office, why we didn't do that. I don't know why we're rejecting allowing the clerk to raise our own money to provide for that. This would have not done anything bad this would have only helped the general fund. And I provided both of those options. Now I'm left with option 3 if we don't reinstate this. So that's my position. And I can only speak for myself and what my requirements are going to be next year. And also, too, just to clarify, all employees that are assigned to the election at any point, dry mouth, at any point when they are doing election duties, do not answer to or are directed by the supervisor. Election law is very, very clear that they can only be directed by the clerk. If they are performing election duties, the clerk is the only individual in the entire township who can direct those people. And by extension, the deputy clerk. We are the only 2 people in the entire township. Even, again, our clerk assistant, the elections coordinator, they cannot direct those people without one of us saying so. So when that's the bulk of what we're going to be doing next year, to then not have that resource, it puts us in a difficult position. So that's why, for me, the value of that particular position next year, that's the position it puts me in as your election administrator. So that's why I'm making the ask. Again, Treasurer Elliott could probably speak to her needs in terms of her deputy, but for me, particularly next year, that's an issue. If we want to talk about making modifications in the future or in a non-election year, maybe, but in an election year, it's just not doable for me. So I'm going to have to make those adjustments I mentioned.
Thank you. Trustee Joseph?
I'm prepared, Treasurer Elliott, I'm sure, has a different nuanced defense of her deputy, and if I could, rather than take them at the same time, we'll start with the clerk. I was trying to take notes, and Clerk Barry, you're going to have to go back and look at the rationale that you just laid out to your colleagues and to the representatives that are here from the public, because that was really something. The proposal that you alleged to have made is to eliminate 2 clerical. By that definition, you take your clerical, your current lineup, your current configuration, you get rid of the 2 lowest people, so that now we reduce the 3 clerical positions to 1. And then you supervise that person with 3 managers, a full-time clerk. That's what they're coded as your FTE. You said you have 3 managers, 3 clericals.
That's not the way the operation is set up. I'd be happy to explain that.
It's the way that the residents pay for it. However you operate it, they're paid commensurate with a manager level salary. That's the line item.
Correct.
You have 3 managers.
And the reason why they are set up.
It's my time. You can
Okay,
rebut.
I was just trying to
write notes,
help you
write
answer.
notes, and then
I was just helping
I don't need
that
help.
you.
I don't need help.
I was just helping that you have the right information
Okay.
before you. That's all. Just trying to help.
No. You're not helping by interrupting. I patiently waited, wrote notes, and you can rebut and tell me how water isn't wet and snow isn't cold when it's your turn. But you have 3 FTEs that are clerical, 3 FTEs that are quoted as managers. They're compensated structurally commensurate with a manager's salary. Your proposal, your cost-cutting measures were to eliminate 2 of the lowest, the 2 clerical positions, reducing your clerical output to 1, then 3 managers with a full-time clerk and a full-time deputy. That's the division of labor. And you don't think that that invites a review from the one person in the township who's responsible for day-to-day operations to say, let's get a handle on this. The proposal to address this deputy so that everyone knows the configuration of the full-time deputy was approved last year. And the clerk is accurate when she says that statutorily she's afforded a deputy. There are a number of ways that the deputy has been addressed in this township and in many other townships and cities and municipalities. And the way that we have always done it is the clerk takes a very senior member, or the treasurer takes a senior member of their staff, and they give them whatever their union position is here, and they have those duties, and then they were appointed deputy. And the deputy position carried with it a small stipend in addition to their union wages. And from recollection, I think that was around $3,000. That's what it had historically been. The clerk and the treasurer in 2024, early 2024, proposed the need for a full-time deputy. Full-time deputy that is appointed by the elected official and answers only to the elected officials. So when their full-time salary, their annual salary was approved by this board, That's the end of the oversight that this board had over those full-time deputies. It was not, I think, enthusiastically supported, but the benefit of the doubt was given to the elected officials who said, I need a full-time deputy. That full-time deputy gets a near six-figure salary and a full benefits and compensation package consistent with the union employees, commensurate with the union employees. Okay, write it down, and you can rebut me. That's fine.
I just want to help.
No, and I'm awaiting your help. The problem is there's no oversight. There's no accountability with regard to when that employee arrives, when that employee leaves, what the working hours are, or the quality of the work. The oversight is done strictly by the elected official. They are outside of the HR decisions. The supervisor has no authority over those individuals. They answer directly to the elected officials. From my vantage point, and speaking just of your deputies, it has been a colossal failure. The experiment to award these full-time deputies with the full-time benefits and some of the other, write it down, make sure you help me understand how many benefits they get and how many they don't get, but the benefits that they receive have not produced an ROI. The return on investment to you, the taxpayer, has not been realized. And if I understood the clerk's position, you should continue to support that because there are so many other areas of waste in the township that pale in comparison to these deputies, that there are real savings afoot if the one guy that she pointed out brings us savings. The financial contract, which again, I happen to be not in huge favor of additional vendors, but when we bring in a consultant that gives us insight into how to save money, then you can assess objectively the ROI. Give you an example. Almost instantly after the appointment of your deputy, where you said that the deputy could act in your stead upon any tragedy that may befall you, any vacation that may take you away from a township board meeting, your deputy could step in seamlessly, and on the very first occasion where you were out of town, you advised the board that your deputy could not statutorily stand in your place. And so there was a scramble to get somebody else to come in and take the minutes and conduct the meeting. It's been a colossal failure, and I think the attempt to get a handle on the full-time employees, I applaud you, Mr. Supervisor. Don't take it out on two low-level employees and stockpile them to pay for the clerk's, really, an appointment of her choosing. So she could appoint a family member if she wanted to. There's no review of the credentials, and I think we've been taken for a proverbial ride. I believe that the adjustment in this budget reflects a compensation package that only provides money for fee. A fee for service. You come in, you work 8 hours, you document it through a time card, you submit an invoice for your 8 hours, you get paid 8 hours. Again, the voters decide, and I don't want to besmirch the wisdom of the township voters for putting any member of this board, but it does bother me, and it's bothered me for many, many years, that you pay a full-time salary and you don't have any assurances of a full-time accountability. And when people get a full-time salary and they don't show up, and to hear in the overview that the clerk works 60 to 80 hours for months on end during election time, Again, I don't want to reduce it to insults, but I haven't seen 60 to 80 hours of work in a pay period ever from the clerk. I would venture that maybe 60 to 80 in a quarter might be more accurate, but that is the will of the voter. But now what you're talking about is the deputy. We're going to extend those same sort of work practices to a deputy that this board has no control over, no oversight over, and no review of their time. What we do have is the review of her salary or their salary, and I think that this budget reflects a real attempt to get a handle on the runaway cost. I'll close with this, Clerk Berry. You talk about your department and the fiscal responsibility associated with that. When we were in closed session, and the HR director, and I won't disclose any violations of the Open Meetings Act, but I saw a list of employee salaries. And the highest compensated employee in all the township was a clerk's department employee, and that line item was over $160,000 in a 12-month span. Well, I'll help you as you surely will help me. And we'll identify that individual, and then when we do, because I don't think the HR director's numbers are wrong, when I identify that person, you'll please ask yourself, how was this employee able to stockpile this amount of overtime to my clerk's department without me seeing? And it could be because you're not in the office 60 to 80 hours, as you indicated earlier. So this is an agenda item that an amendment that should be roundly rejected, as the other two were. And it's another example of supervisor getting a handle on some of the runaway spending, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any further? Treasurer Elliott?
So, for this amendment, the reason why I'm concerned for my department is, again, because this is a reduction in staff for me. This is the treasurer's department. I went back to 2017 and I looked at staffing and budget levels from 2017 till the proposed budget for 2026. And for the treasurer's department, the budget in 2017 was $346,000. That, if for the proposed budget for treasurer's increase, would only be 33% from 2017 to 2026. Supervisors department has increased by 255% since 2017, from 156,000 to 554,000, going from 2 employees up to 5. There is no reduction. It's been 5 employees for the last 4 years, and there was a 50% increase from 2021 in the supervisors department. There was a 23% increase in the treasurer's department. So if we are looking at reducing the budget, all right, then, I would start with, if I were in the leadership, I would start with my own staff before I would look at the other 2. I would also like to say that this board has just approved an administrative fee on your tax bills based on the treasurer's budget, while also asking the treasurer to reduce their staff in a growing township. The deputies were given the job that they were given based on what this board had promised them on December 12th of 2024. This was the wages that they were told, and they were told they were going to be given a benefit. The supervisor informed me after I received 3 copies of a budget. On the 3rd copy of the budget is when he informed me that he was going to be reducing my deputy to a part-time person and taking away her health care. And that was the day after, or maybe 2 days after, I took a no vote. And so to me, I said to the supervisor, this seems retaliatory. And I would suggest, if you are not being retaliatory towards me, then maybe start with not funding a $32,000 position in your own department as a part-time position. And also we pay for a $100,000 publication out of his department. Those would be two things that he could do to reduce his budget. I also find that assessing and the treasurer have been consistent since 2017 with 6 employees in assessing and 5 employees in treasury. And there has been no change between those two departments, although now we are paying for them. So that increase in the revenue portion of the budget, where is it going? Maybe Parks and Rec? We turned down the Parks and Rec millage, and now we're gonna do that. And at the same time, we're gonna reduce the treasurer's budget. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So now you're going to see later on tonight, we're going to be talking about an administrative fee on your water and sewer bills. And that also, we'll see if they're going to also say, well, that's the treasurer's budget is going to go into that or not. Who knows? But more administrative fees to you as the resident. At the same time, reducing the staff in the treasurer's department.
Trustee Bosworth?
Thank you. This will be short. On December 10 of 2024, we passed the motion to give the deputies full-time 80% of the pay of the elected official in that office with a list of benefits that was on that motion sheet. And on there, it said the effective date of that contract would be upon appointment. And in my opinion, the term of that agreement began at appointment and it ends with the elected official's term of office. When they're done with their term in office, that agreement would end. So for that reason, I am voting yes on maintaining the full-time position with the benefits that we had agreed upon in December 10. Thank you.
Clerk Berry, go ahead. Round one. Trustee Hinton, you want to go ahead? Clerk Berry, go ahead.
Yeah, just to just clarify a couple things. The deputies do not receive a full union package. All they receive is their salary, a health care package. They get health insurance, a salary, and a 7% match on whatever they contribute to their own retirement fund. They do not get all of the other benefits our union employees get. They do not get longevity. They do not get tuition reimbursement. They do not get any paid time off. They are not eligible for FMLA. They don't receive any of that. And the reason for that is they are not employees as the union employees are. They are office holders. They hold an office just like we do. So they are an office holder. They are not an employee. And that's why, just like none of the office holders here, we don't answer to each other. That's why they don't either answer to anyone other than the elected official they serve. That's the way the state set it up. That's the way that the Michigan Townships, the Charter Township Act is set up. So that is why. So they do not receive a full union package, just to clarify that. They only receive 3 things: their salary, health care, and the retirement match. And then, the whole notion that there's been some colossal failure, nothing could be farther from the truth. In fact, we were very fortunate to have that individual on staff when we had some employee separations, because she was able to pick up the balance of some of that work and take care of those things, particularly in the accounting department. So we were left very short-staffed in accounting and finance, if you will. By the way, we use them interchangeably, which is somewhat problematic, but we basically had to take one full-time individual to assist the supervisor with the budget, and then the accounting piece was taken over by our deputy clerk. So the deputy clerk is in the office every single day. Everyone here sees her every day. I invite anyone to come by and say hello. She has an office here. She's always available. Everybody else was off yesterday for Veterans Day, but myself, the deputy clerk, and Treasurer Elliott were working, because that's part of the job. There was a situation that occurred and we needed to fix it. Okay, so there are no holidays for us, there's no weekends, it doesn't matter. We do what we have to do whenever it happens. So, as far as like colossal failure, I don't know what the metrics would be used for such a thing, but I can assure you the deputy is here every day, and she plays an integral part in many of our operations here, as well as myself. So we work hand in hand. We do it every day. Very happy and blessed to do it. So, but just a couple of those questions there. So with regards to colossal failure, I think that there's nothing to substantiate that particular characterization. And I take offense to that because this individual has brought more value to this township. And of all the contracted employees, and we have several, they're all great people. Our deputies are at the bottom. You would think if there was a cost-saving measure to be had, we would go to all of our contracted employees and start at the top. But these are the lowest paid of all of them. So they don't make six figures. They make 80% of what we make, and this year it's $84,000. That's their salary. And I assure you, I'm very, very happy with the value that we're getting from them. Again, it isn't a part-time job. It's not a part-time gig. It's full-time. But I really don't know what else to say about that. But I agree with Trustee Vosberg as well, that I believe that it was set for the term. I don't think it's fair. I don't think anyone here would take a job, uproot their lives, possibly or their families, take a job, you agree for this amount, you do nothing wrong, you do everything right, you show up every day and you do your job. And and your boss comes along and says, we're going to cut you in half and we're going to take away your health care. And you say, I didn't do anything wrong. I did everything right. Doesn't matter. We're trying to cut costs. Oh, but I thought there's a way to mitigate that. No. So also the two clerical employees that I suggested that we could afford to lose on a daily basis, they would have been reassigned to us during the election. That was one of my requirements. I said, I can do that, but you have to reassign them back to me during election time because I can't be without them during election time. And there was an agreement to do that. And then, again, that didn't come to fruition. So, sorry, I didn't mean to take up too much time, but I hope I answered the questions.
Thank you. Trustee Anderson.
Well, Mr. Supervisor, gotta hit you on this one. In December, you were vote number 4-3 vote to create these two positions. I'm sure you've done some thinking on them. Trustee Joseph described in the past how these deputy positions were filled. They weren't full-time. They weren't this exclusivity of the elected official. I can pick who they want in there. Tonight's a good lesson. Just within the last hour or so, this board majority extended an extra fee on our property owners to help plug holes. Some of the people tonight, and I don't believe Trustee or Clerk Barry applies to you in this case, but I've heard these pleas about they have to have these individuals. I could hear the violin music going through the air here. And the same individuals that have to have these people that they can't function had no problem accepting a gift from the county that will cost all of us $14 million in bond issues and other bond issues on spending. We're going to look at a water bill process later on. There's built-in fees to try to right the vote on these expenditures. Moving forward, my fellow board members, start analyzing the expenditure. What is absolutely necessary? Is there, I don't know, it just seems like this board majority's got us to this position we're at. Let's hope as a team we can get out of it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Ornberg?
So when we voted on the deputy positions, we set some parameters around it that Mrs. Vosberg talked about. We did not set a timeline. I don't, did they, so when the board set parameters, then it was up to the clerk and the treasurer to hire these people. And I'm not aware, and correct me if I'm wrong, that these people signed a contract that had parameters around their working agreements, whether it was a year, what their hours were, what the expectations of their duties were. Basically, I look at that as an at-will, I mean, even worse than an at-will employee. You took a job, you didn't sign a contract, and there's no parameters set around your work, so I don't know what you're doing. And I don't know how to hold the employee accountable, or how they're held accountable by the clerk and the treasurer if there are no expectations in writing for their position. So I've always been bothered by these positions.
Thank you. Counselor, you want to chime in on the position that was asked by trustee Vosberg, termed or at will?
The minutes from the December 10th, 2024 board meeting indicate that a motion was made and it was ultimately approved, a recommendation for the Board of Trustees to approve job descriptions and compensation for the deputies. That was it. The board never approved a contract, nor have I seen a contract. All the board did was fund the position, and as everybody knows, under the statute that requires the clerk and the deputy to have, the clerk and the treasurer to have a deputy, it says that the board shall fund the position. So clearly, the clerk and the treasurer had the ability and the obligation to appoint a deputy, which they were going to do. The question was, would the board fund it? And the board did fund it, and the job description was set forth. That's it. By the nature of a deputy, you can get axed any minute. You serve at the pleasure of the clerk and the treasurer. At any given minute, the clerk or the treasurer can say to the deputy, you know what, you're gone. And there's no recourse whatsoever. So the notion that hiring them gave them some security is at odds and at variance with the facts of that motion. That motion just set the compensation, and the statute is clear. What the board compensates, the board can take away. That's a political decision, not a legal one. But there is no legal basis to conclude that those deputies have any contractual rights with the township whatsoever.
Thanks, sir. Trustee Joseph.
Yeah, I think, trustee Hornberger, your question, it's sort of, you sort of take the bait in this idea that you're firing somebody, because you're not. You're voting on the salary structure, which is what we approved, and there is no contract inferred, implied. I didn't vote saying that. I knew that the individual could stay for the length of the term of the elected official, but that, as the council said, was at the discretion of the elected official. There's no guaranteed contract that, or implied, inferred in any way that you have this salary, these for the entirety of your elected officials. So we're not firing anybody. We're setting an accountability for funding. I won't debate colossal failure. Obviously, it's a subjective, but I would just ask, where are the metrics? Because the heart of your question was, how do we know what the ROI is? We don't have any oversight. We can't, I guess I could take off from my job and come over here and take advantage of the clerk's opportunity to say hello and check off an attendance, but every other employee reports their time to their supervisor. They're compensated, and the rush to interrupt and correct the record on my utilization of the union package, you made a distinction without much of a difference, because what the clerk said is they don't get PTO. You know why they don't get PTO? Because they don't have to show up. They cannot show up for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 2 months. It does not matter unless the clerk holds that, or the treasurer holds that individual accountable. They don't have set hours. They don't have an obligation to demonstrate PTO utilization. The employee contracts define PTO, And the rest of the time, you're expected to be at your workstation 8:30 to 5 or whatever the hours are. These employees don't have that. These appointed individuals, and I really am not interested in impugning the integrity or the work ethic of the. I'm sorry, Clerk Deputy. This is you're wildly rude tonight, but that's uncharacteristic.
I know,
Yeah.
you're right, it is. I apologize, my bad.
Okay. The oversight rests with the elected officials, and that's the area where maybe I could modify my colossal failure and put it on you for not reporting to the board all of these great, somehow I slept through all of the enhanced services that were provided to the residents who were compensating your deputies to the tune of 6 figures. And when you look at 80% of your salary, the 7% match, and a health care plan that we know from our last closed session costs the township taxpayer roughly in the neighborhood of $30,000 to $35,000 for a family plan, you've exceeded the 6-figure line item for a position that doesn't seem to have much in the way of a return. If I could shift to the treasurer, who seemed to defend the deputy in her department by pointing out gross overspending in other departments, I would encourage you to bring those, sort of bifurcate those two issues and bring forward your suggestions for cutting excesses and inefficiencies, not in defense of your inefficiencies, but in the defense of the resident taxpayer who shouldn't be paying for any of it. So you're kind of $1 late and $500,000 late, I might add, when you talk about a 540, I don't know the numbers that you were attaching to the supervisor's office. Bring those forward in a separate discussion in the way that the supervisor has laid out his budget, and show us areas, because I agree. Any vendor that doesn't produce a return on the investment should go. I have not been in favor of several of them. You were, and now in your defense of your fiefdom, you talk about bloat in other departments, which you were a party to all along. It's a disingenuous argument to talk about vendors, and I still didn't understand we'll fire 2 clerks and then we'll rehire them during election season. You heard also a very poignant distinction for the clerk. Nobody can dictate election operations. And while we understand that the clerk's primary responsibility is to conduct fair and free elections, not everything in that clerk's budget is elections. But if the clerk gets to define, elections start the gubernatorial, which you've heard a lot about in November of 2026. Probably there are expenditures related to that election that the clerk will say are paramount to the integrity of the election that occurred last month. So we build up to election cycles. Our elections cost us a tremendous amount, and I will, to help you in the same level that you've helped me so graciously tonight, I'm going to help you during election time sharpen that pencil. And I would like to look at the employee list and make sure that we're not hiring friends and family and then compensating them for overtime hours. I've been very quiet about those because it is really just the responsibility of the clerk. But you've now shared that responsibility with the whole board. So I'm going to help you at election time make sure that you are properly appointed the necessary employees that you need. And I've kind of turned a blind eye and a deaf ear to the supervisor, who says to me every election cycle, you cannot believe the election. And I feel that there's a professional courtesy that should be extended. The good people of Chesterfield put you in the clerk's office. You run the election as you see fit, and I've always supported equipment and staffing. But you have in a lot of ways, you know, the old give a mouse a cookie. There seems to be an insatiable appetite for expansion, not only in geography, but in staffing. And this is one area with this deputy that I think we can right the ship, and we will compensate your deputy for the hours that they work, and they will document it in a hourly rate. And that's a good start. To the treasurer, if you have ideas about how to cut costs with other waste and bloat, I'm all ears on that. I have no, you know, alliance to the supervisor that I wouldn't take on an appointment of his. If you have it, bring it forward to the board, again, on behalf of the residents, not in support of your fiefdom. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Any further comments or discussion? I'll go back to the amended motion, item 3. Clerk Berry, do you want to read it? It's support by Clerk Berry, supported by Treasurer Elliott. Do you want to read the amended motion?
The amendment is to amend General Fund 101 for both the Department 215 clerk and 253 treasurer to reflect the funding allocations for deputies as adopted by the Township Board in the job descriptions approved on December 12th, 2024.
Clerk Berry, would you call the roll?
Sure. Clerk Berry, aye. Treasurer Elliott. Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph. Trustee Hornberger. Trustee Vosberg. Supervisor Kersten.
No. I will revert back to the regular agenda, item 10C. There was a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Joseph, to approve item 10C. Again, I'll open discussion on this item. Questions?
Do you want to start?
I'm back on the regular agenda 10C for the resolution. Discussion from the board. Clerk Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I'm glad we kind of got all of that out of the way because I've got a lot of concerns about this budget in general. So we're talking about, basically here's what's happening with this budget, and now I can speak freely, more freely than I could have before. This board has done nothing but irresponsible spending for the last 3 years, and I've tolerated a lot of it. I've tolerated a lot of it. But when you look at this budget, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to make up for all the reckless spending on the backs of the taxpayers. They're doing it with this administrative fee. They're going to do it with your water and sewer rate fees. And there's a bunch of other fees they want to raise on you too. Those are coming, okay? Because they have to pay for the $500,000 of staff in the supervisor's office. They have $500,000 they have to pay for our $35,000 PR firm. Now, let me ask you, what other municipality do you know that needs a public relations person? That is the most ridiculous expense to make us feel better about where we live. It's really easy to do that. You cut taxes, you cut spending. You're more responsible in how you facilitate your governmental functions. I've been here for 13 years. I've seen it all. I've seen it under various supervisors. I've seen it under various finance people, all right? But every time we have a problem, we don't go to the elected officials or we don't go to, and here's what's funny. I've asked to do the job we just hired Steve Adair to do. I have the capability to do it. My deputy has the capability to do it. I have another finance person in my department that can do it. But we had to hire somebody else. We have other contractors. We're paying an engineer. We have an engineer on staff, but all we do is sublet to all these contracted engineers. We've got various other contract people on the staff, but all we do is hire people for them to do their job, but you're paying for it twice. And I'm not being, I mean, at this point, it doesn't really, you may as well rip off the Band-Aid because that's what's happening. We could go through this budget line item by line item, and I don't know if we want to do it tonight, but as Trustee Joseph said, bring your suggestions. I've got a bunch. We could easily save $1 million out of this budget that you don't have to pay for, that I don't have to pay for as a resident. but nobody wants to cut those people. Let me tell you what happened, because see, here's what, they can't stop me from telling you the truth. And I'm going to tell you the truth. You know why they didn't want to cut those 2 staff members out of my department? Because of bumping rights inside the union, they would have lost 2 people who were hired after those people, and they didn't want to lose those people because they like them better. That is what all this is coming down to. Retaliatory, you bet. Treasurer Elliott and I took a vote against PA 152. These deputies were fully funded in 2 previous draft budgets. We took a vote that that somebody didn't like. The very next budget, our deputies were cut. What does that say to you? Let's talk about what's really going on here. They're trying to say this is about money. It's not about money. It's never been about money. If it was about money, then there would have been an acceptance of 2 possible outcomes that would have netted us more. That's not what it's about. It's personal. It's personal and it's retaliatory. But if we want to go through the budget and talk about the money, I'm more than happy to do that. But I don't think that's what we're doing here tonight. That's not what's happening. So maybe I'm being a little more forceful than I usually am. But to be honest with you, I'm sick of the BS. I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of pretending that we're talking about policy. We're not. We're talking about winners and losers. And you're not a winner. You guys, the residents, we're losers. Because it's going to cost us at the end of the day. A lot. More than it should. Nobody wants to hear. I sat with the supervisor, and I sat with Steve Adair, and I sat with multiple others, and said, look, here's all different ideas. This is what elections are going to cost. I've done over 30 elections here. I know what they cost. I don't pad it, and I cut it as much as I possibly can. So when Trustee Joseph says he wants to sit with me and help me run elections better, I invite it. I invite it. Because every single dollar that we spend, I can explain why it gets spent. Every single individual. I've got it down literally to how many minutes it takes us to do each election function, multiply it by the number of tasks, and then you tell me how many man hours that is. I've done every kind of analysis every which way, and I've provided it when I've been asked for it. And they just say, oh, I don't see it that way. And they throw it back to me. Okay. So you're going to take somebody who's never run an election in your life, never worked an election, never been an election inspector, never had anything to do with elections, and by own admission doesn't want anything to do with them. And you're going to tell somebody who's run over 30 of them and been in the election business for almost 30 years how to run an election, who's had more commendations on elections than anybody else. And I'm not doing that to toot my own horn. That's not the point. The point is, I assure you I can back up every single dollar I ask for with facts and data. Our friend Mr. LaFata's favorite. Now, I assure you that there's people taking copious notes. They can come back and we can do this clown show and continue to do it. If we're going to have a real discussion about real policy, real dollars, and making a real difference, I'm all in. But I don't see that happening here tonight. That's all my comments, Mr. Supervisor.
Thank you. Any further comments? Trustee Joseph?
Yeah, I appreciate the soapbox rant. Boy, you're on fire tonight with the interruptions. The fire and the passion that you see tonight, if it had only been present when the clerk was voting for a lot of these expenditures that she claims are, now she's free to talk. She's free, she's unshackled, and she's not tooting her own horn to tell you about all the accolades that you paid for, by the way, because every conference that she goes to receive these trophies and so forth, you pay for. You pay for the hotel, you pay for the meals, you pay for the mileage. And we started off the meeting tonight with another rendition of there's a trophy case filled with accolades, yet the clerk feels that the budget is all about vindictiveness. And because she stood up for Public Act 152, mind you, her vote saved, potentially, if there was a majority of like voters on this podium here, if the vote had gone the other way, the clerk would have been spared from spending 20% out of pocket to cover her medical costs. Again, we can speculate. She speculates that it was a vindictive by the township supervisor who she's voted with for most of my time here on the board, but he's somehow vindictive and takes her deputies after the vote passed. What's he upset about? The vote passed. The only two people that voted in favor of it were financially benefit. They were in a position to benefit from the Public Act 152 opt-out. As a result of the vote, they had to pay 20% of their health care costs. That's not a Norma Ray moment. You're not advocating for the union and the employees. If there is, and I believe there is, I voted against most of it. Every consultant, every vendor, Mr. Adair, I wasn't in favor of his group coming on. But a couple of board meetings ago, Clerk Berry praised Mr. Adair. She said that before he even got his, briefcase opened, she had met with him and they had come up with a plan to save the residents. I don't remember. I don't know. I know you don't toot your own horn, but it was a great night for the work that you and Mr. Adair did. Now we curtail the hemorrhaging of money out of your department. We dare to enter your fiefdom, and Mr. Adair's he's throwing you overboard. So I don't know which Clerk Berry we should be listening to. I do stand by my offer to help you at election time. I think the two of us can probably pool our resources and save the taxpayers a lot of money, so I appreciate that open invitation. The opportunity to talk about waste and bloat in other areas, I'm all ears. As I said, I have the record of voting against most of it. I'm curious, again, I think I know the catalyst for your outrage tonight, but it's coming across a little bit petulant. You didn't get what you wanted, and now, damn the torpedoes, and this is really about this, and it's really about that. Where was that while you were voting yes for most of these things that you now call waste and bloat and inefficiencies? The good news is we still have 3 years left on our term, so I like this Clerk Berry. I like the one that is the fiscal conservative and sharpening of the pencils. And when you get done with your spurs jingling and jangling, I want to sit down with you and talk about some of these ideas that you have, because we still have a lot of time left in our terms to save the taxpayers some money. And I'm all ears on that. Again, as a part-time trustee, our salaries, what are we at, about 12 grand a year, something like that? So I do an ROI, and this isn't a job that's really wise in terms of the financial investment, but I enjoy it, and it's not what shows up in the paychecks, which I'll point out to you, not that I care, but the employees we didn't make payroll today. We made it late. There was some bank error, I believe, was the official cause. But, yeah, so the employees, myself included, when I got my check today and I look back at the hours I spent on the budget, I go, boy, I'm working for like pennies on the hour. But I do it because this is what I enjoy. In order to spend more time with you, to save the residents money, I will put in, but I feel very good about the monies that we've saved so far in the approval of this budget. And if there's more to be gained in the cost cutting and the sharpening of the pencils, I know Trustee Anderson and I welcome you to the team, and we're very confident that you're fired up and seem to be properly motivated. And we welcome you to that cost-cutting enterprise.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Anderson?
Yes, sir, I'd like to call a question.
Motion called, question by trustee Anderson. Any support? Yes. Trustee Hornberger. Clerk Barry, would you call the motion to call the question?
Are we voting?
Yep. Motion called the question by
Motion.
trustee Anderson, supported by trustee Hornberger.
Yep. Trustee Anderson? Aye. Trustee Hornberger? Aye. Trustee Joseph?
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg? No. Treasurer Elliott? No. Supervisor Kersten?
No.
Clerk Barry? No.
Thank you, sir. Next round of question. Any more questions on the item? Any more questions on the item? Treasurer Elliott?
So the areas that I think that we can save money on, as I mentioned earlier, the supervisor's budget, that would save $124,000 by no longer doing a publication and by taking that part-time staff person out of there. Parks and Rec, we can decrease them, their temporary employees by, if you decrease it by 10%, the same factor that you decreased treasurer's office, that would save you $100,000. Facilities and operations, if you decrease that by 10%, that would save you $200,000. The highways, streets, and bridges, if you decrease that by 10%, that'll save you $90,000. If you get rid of the contracts with the public relations, that'll save you $30,000. Woodhill Group, well, I don't know how much you spent so far, but that would save you about $150,000. You can get rid of Hunch Free, and you can have an employee do that. You can have Midwest Strategies. Speaking of a return on investment, I don't see one. That's $48,000 a year. Mr. Kadage asked for the, where are the bonds? The bond payments, principal and interest payment for this, it's under your general administration. And I can make those budget amendments now, all in one, or we can do those line by line.
Trustee Hornberger.
I just need to add that I feel as if after we voted on the deputy positions, if the treasurer and the clerk would have done their due diligence and put in place a contract that those people signed that would have at least laid out parameters around their job and when they were going to be here, and then held them accountable for the duties and for them actually showing up for those positions, which are well paid and great benefits, that we probably would be avoiding this right now. And now it's turned into just petty, complete BS at the board table that is just seems to be a complete waste of time, because it's just going to go back and forth, tit for tat, and it's just complete BS. And it's sad that we function this way. And quite honestly, I sit down here laughing because it's just humorous to listen to the back and forth. But you had the opportunity, you were in charge of hiring those people, solely your responsibility, and you failed to put in place any parameters around their job and hold them accountable for being there and for doing their job, for which they are well compensated. And now it's turned into, because whatever's going on between you and the supervisor's office, now it's just complete BS, and the rest of us are just held hostage, including people who are waiting to get things done for their businesses. I'm sorry, but it's complete BS.
Thank you. So, I was surprised. And by the way, Trustee Hornberger is right about one thing. There should have been an employment agreement in place for these deputies. And it's interesting because Eric Herpich, our HR director, drafted one that was supposed to be executed by our HR department. when they had them onboard them. So what was interesting was, but wait a minute. So to your point, I was as frustrated as you because I asked for a copy of it and I was told I was going to get it. I never did. And then when I asked for it again, I was told we can't find it. So I found it interesting that HR was solely responsible for this. At the supervisor's direction, they are to onboard all of our employees. They did so. They had them sign 100 different things. I assumed that that agreement, which outlined all the things that you wanted, was signed also. And I asked for a copy. And I was told I would get it. I never got it. So then when I asked again with our new HR director, she indicated that it wasn't there. And I said, what do you mean it's not there? She says, yeah, there's not one in here. I said, what happened to it? She said, I don't know. I said, okay. But there was one. It was supposed to be executed. Now, I don't know if it was ever executed or not, but I did ask the question. And I can't speak for Treasurer Elliott. She can speak for herself, but I absolutely hold my deputy accountable for completing all of the tasks that she's assigned every day. She's here every day. She's completed everything and done everything I asked her to do. She took a call at 8:30 in the morning yesterday when everybody else was off. She took a call and helped mitigate the problem that we encountered yesterday on a holiday. She's gone over and above. Over and above. So the two concerns, one, that there should have been an agreement that stated all the parameters. 100% I agree. I asked for it. And I was told that I would get it. Number two, so I'm not sure what more I could have done. Secondly, holding them accountable, I hold my deputy accountable every single day. So I can assure you we are doing that. And she's never refused one thing that she's been asked to do, ever. And in fact, done over and above that. So just to address the two things, Trustee Hornberger's correct. And I agree with her. And we have tried to facilitate those things the best that we possibly can. Thanks.
Thank you. Trustee Jones.
Yeah, real quick, Trustee Hornberger, we're on the outside looking in because we're part-time trustees. You hit the nail on the head. The clerk and the treasurer, they're just airing the sheets tonight because the frustration over their deputies. But you're 100% right. Treasurer Elliott, I would propose that your suggestions that you rattled off, I was trying to keep track. You exceeded probably $500,000 as you were, and I'm just taking whatever you said, stipulating to that. You were sitting on $500,000 proposed, yet the document that you prepared for distribution tonight was 3 motions that preserved staff that report to you. Why did you bury the lead? Why didn't you come out of the chute with the 10 items that were, bloat and all of that? This is petulant, and it's getting worse. And the two of you crying about the budget only as it impacts you, and then slinging mud on all of the expenditures that you voted for over the course of the last year in defense of your funding. It does reduce us. It reduces us, and your soapbox. I'm free to talk now. I'm gonna. I'm telling you, Hornberger's right. It's playing really bad and really petty. And the motion to call the question, I know as a rule, Trustee Vosberg typically does not vote for those. She likes the opportunity to have full debate, but it's run its course. I mean, there's nothing that was proposed in the treasurer's vitriolic whatabouts that we couldn't do as a budget amendment throughout the course of the year, with each of those items being carefully reviewed and brought. We're not locked in to those expenditures just because we earmark them in a 2026 budget. So at any point, and I'm glad, as I said to Clerk Berry, I'm glad that whatever it is that happened tonight has sparked a cost-cutting tax payer benefit, whatever it is that caused that in you. I applaud it. I'd like to see more of it. And you can feel free to do it on the second and fourth Tuesdays of every month. As a full-time elected official, you can bring forward any agenda item that you want in fiscal year 2026. And if you show demonstrated savings, I will support every motion that you bring. But you're doing the wrong thing for the wrong reasons tonight, and we're looking kind of silly. This was a good overall budget, and the adoption of the 0.8% fees weren't to increase the responsibilities. It wasn't predicated on an increase in responsibilities in the treasurer's office in so much as it was in the assessing office. The increased cost, and I thought I answered that when you said, well, what's changed, was the assessing department bringing forward a long laundry list of tax challenges that require hours in response. So it wasn't, there's no deficit in your department or the clerk's department. This budget, we started the budget process by taking a look at healthcare costs. We are in contract negotiations, and hopefully sometime tonight or tomorrow or however long this meeting goes, we'll get into closed session and we'll hear about how our HR department has successfully navigated that PA 152, at least as it relates to a couple of our unions, which I understand have entered into a TA. So there was some fiscal conservative view of the 2026 budget. It's the first budget in a long time that I'm actually voting for. Not everything is here that I would like to see, but I think the fight continues in terms of driving down costs for the taxpayer. We can do it every board meeting. You bring forward a well-researched proposal, you have my full support. But tonight, I think we have a decent budget. There's a lot of room for improvement, but it's decent, and it addresses some of the things that I've been very concerned about for years. So, you know, again, I hope we don't go back and forth, as Trustee Hornberger said. I don't know that I have much more to say, but maybe it's time to vote.
Thank you. Any further comments? Any further comments? Treasurer Elliott?
Trustee Joseph, you had your comments, not these last ones, but the comments previous. You said you challenged me to give you the numbers and to say where would be the cuts that you would suggest. I gave you the answers to where you could cut if you're very concerned about the budget and making cuts. There's lots of areas that could be cut, and I made that suggestion. Say what it is that you want to say about it. It doesn't make any difference. I'm fine to go to vote. I don't want to talk about it. Like you said, we can move on. But I'd say I'm ready.
Thank you. Clerk Berry.
Just one last thing, on the election budget in its totality, just to advise the board that it is currently underfunded. I will be coming to, if this passes tonight, I will be coming to the board in July for a budget amendment. There is only enough money allocated in this budget to pay for staff through August. There is no money left to pay the election inspectors for November. So I did advise the finance team putting together the budget about that. But just so in full disclosure, that the board should expect to come back, that we will be coming back with a budget amendment. We have minimum staffing requirements that we have to satisfy to staff all of our precincts, as well as our receiving board, our absentee counting board, and early voting. And there is not enough money allocated in this budget to cover us any more than simply the primary. So we will be coming back for additional funding for the general. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, comment? So I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Joseph, to approve item 10C. Please vote in front of you. The results will appear on the screen once all votes are cast. Motion passes 4-3. Item, the numbers are done. It's 4-3. Karen, is there any way we can adjust the setting on that or the display? Because it is difficult to see from here. Moving on, item 10D. Ms. Vanderson.
The Township Board allows residents to create and bring forward special event requests. These are for use of township grounds or facilities that are outside of our traditional rental of spaces like the community center or our parks, outside of those times. So tonight's request comes from Drop Everything in Dance Studio here in Chesterfield. They have been a longtime partner of ours, providing youth programs, youth dance programs at their studio for several years. On the Parks and Recreation side of it, they're looking for a request of the Shoreline Clubhouse at Brandenburg along with Pavilion A and the parking lot, of course. Our staff would be on site for this rental. It's Sunday, December 7th for them to host their event. So our staff would be on site, and then they do request either a waived or reduced fee for the rental fees. On our schedule, it does not conflict with anything else in the park. So Mr. Doug Kraft is here. He can speak on his own for the actual event and what you'll be doing.
Good evening, everybody. Beginning of the year, we partnered up with a nonprofit firm called Dancers Against Cancer. And what this organization does is it provides funding for dancers, dance teachers, choreographers that are battling cancer. What we decided to do is we formed a fundraiser committee to figure out how can we hit some fundraising activities before the end of the fiscal year 2025. And our committee was made up of individual dancers, parents, and some of the studio staff. So some of the suggestions was we're doing a basket fundraiser, and the other one was a walkathon. And normally, you don't usually do a walkathon in December, but again, we wanted to try to get the first one under our belt because we want to make this an annual event. It is closed to the student population in the studio right now, just to get our first one under our belt. The dancers will walk the perimeter of Brandenburg, and they'll either get sponsors to pay them either by the lap or by a general donation. We only plan on walking maybe 2 hours within that 4-hour time slot that we're looking for. But again, this is our first attempt at a walkathon. We wanted to get one under our belt just to see how it works. And plus, Brandenburg is just a beautiful park, beautiful place to have this at. And being a township resident myself for 39 years and business owner for 19, we wanted to keep it in the area as opposed to a school or anything along that line.
Thank you, sir. Yep, it's fine. Questions from the board? Trustee Gosper.
Motion? I'll make a motion to approve that.
Motion by trustee Vosper, supported by treasurer Elliott, to approve item 10D. Thank you, sir. Sorry. Yep, trustee Joseph.
Did you have a question?
Real quick, are you gonna be walking as well?
If I can get somebody to sponsor me.
So,
Trustee Joseph.
Mr. Kraft, I'm gonna help trustee Vosberg put her money where her mouth is, and I'd like her to match my donation. I will commit to $100
Oh,
to
thank you very much.
for your participation. I am so grateful to you. You probably noticed from my appearance, I'm not a dancer. And I don't think your 39 years of business experience have you being a rockette or in the dance business yourself. But you have taken up the mantle of the drop everything and dance because of the passing of your wife,
Yes.
who was deeply passionate about this organization. When she passed away, there was such an outpouring of love and support from the many, many, many people that she impacted at that dance studio. I don't know the books. I don't know that it enhanced her financially or the craft,
She
holdings.
did it just for the joy of having the
But
kids in the studio.
And that was obvious. That was obvious at her service, and the things that were said about her at her service, the things that were conveyed on social media for the entire time that people were grieving, and to see you here tonight, picking up where she left off and making sure to touch the young people that come through your dance studio is just really heartfelt and much appreciated. I don't think anybody on this board wishes you anything but continued success, and we're here to support any, any request that you have to advance that organization and those kids has the full support of this board. And I'll wait for the bidding war. Maybe Hornberger can say 150. I don't know, but we're ready to go, and I'll send you a check as soon as you tell me where to send it. And I thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. You can send that right to the studio.
Great.
And actually, before she passed, we had talked about joining the studio with this organization, and we just never had finalized it. It's just one more thing on the hit list for her.
Thanks for picking it up, because her memory is alive through these endeavors, and it's great to see you tonight.
Thank you very much.
Question. Thank you. Director Vanderson, just very quickly a question. I see this is on a Sunday, and you said we're going to have staff there. How many staff do you think we'll be able to have on Sunday?
This would only be one staff that would be there, likely a part-time person.
Oh, okay, great. So no overtime or anything like that?
Correct, no
Okay.
overtime needed.
Okay, great, thanks. I was hoping for that. See? I got you hooked up.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board? Is your son going to be there? My money's on him.
Now you just put the challenge into him. So I'm sure he'll be there. Unless he's got some other previous engagement, which I don't know about.
Thank you, sir. I have a motion by trustee Vosberg, supported by treasurer Elliott, to approve item 10D. Please vote. The results will appear once all votes are cast. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, sir. Item 10E has been removed for a later date. Move on to item 10F.
Item 10F is to request an approval from the Township Board to place the attached list of 2025 street lighting special assessments on the 2025 winter tax roll.
Is there a motion to approve? Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve. Trustee Joseph, will you support?
Yes, sir.
Fire away.
So we're just bringing the annual street lighting special assessment. So it's just a pass-through cost from DTE to the specified districts that are benefiting from it.
Thank you. And just some background, this is another one of the SADs that we've had for years, and we're actually Crystal and assessing has been very busy trying to digest some of these. Some of them have been 50 years old, and we'll continue to try and clean them up and make sure that we're spending funds properly. Questions for the board? I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Joseph, to approve item 10D. Please vote. Once vote is cast, results will display. Motion passes 7-0. Item 10G.
Item 10G is to approve a recommendation to contract with Bear Construction of Macomb to replace roofs on pavilions B, C, and D at Brandenburg Park in an amount not to exceed $18,170, and to approve a budget amendment transferring funds from Building Grounds and Maintenance Fund into Capital Improvement Fund.
Is there a motion to approve this?
So moved.
Trustee Joseph will make a motion to approve. Is there any support? Trustee Vosberg? Mr. Sonnenberg, floor is yours.
Yes, good evening. Quotes were obtained for new roofs on Pavilion B, C, and D, including tear-off of existing shingles, installing new underlayment, drip edge, new vents, plywood will be replaced as needed. Quotes for the three buildings are attached. Bear Construction of Macomb was the lowest qualified quote. It includes partial wood replacement, where other quotes are higher and did not include partial wood replacement. There's a 10% contingency also put on the project. We provided well, first we'll start with the pictures. You can see in these pictures that after doing some painting and repairs to these pavilions that the board just passed, the pavilions look really nice. And when we started looking at the roofs, we were hoping to get some additional years out of them. But with the high winds that we get this time of year, especially you can see that little circle on Pavilion D, we're constantly replacing the shingles. On Pavilion C, last year, our team replaced them. Well, asking around since I've been here, when the last time these roofs were done, I asked one of our longest-term maintenance workers, and he said, well, we used to do them as a team years ago, but it's been 15 to 20 years since they've been replaced. They're due. So I got up on the roofs, I took these pictures, and they are due. They're getting pretty bad. We had some money at the end of the budget, at the end of the year. We're going to transfer that budget money that's available in our Brandenburg Fund over to our capital fund so we can get these roofs done. Karen, if you'll go to the next slide, I think. This is Pavilion A. You can see up close they look pretty good, but with the wind, they keep getting knocked off, and we just wanted to get them. There's some rotted wood there. You'll see that's also getting replaced. This is our breakdown that we provided. You'll see that the Bear that we're recommending is the cheapest, but thankfully, he also included actually the best shingle. There was good, better, and best shingles, and his price included a lifetime shingle for the price that we're asking you to support tonight.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the board? Trustee Joseph.
Yeah, I appreciate this presentation. You came to our senior advisory committee meeting on Monday and talked about this. I know that one of the earlier residents that came to the podium, expressed some concern about this particular agenda item, and I wanted to answer that question like during this, but this expenditure is a direct, there's a direct nexus to the customer. So when we have one of the areas where the Parks and Rec Department sees revenue is in the pavilion rental. So when residents come forward or non-residents come forward and they rent a pavilion, to have one that doesn't leak, to have one that doesn't have, peeling paint or in just general overall disrepair, really does reflect poorly on the fee-for-service area. The amount of money that was spent on the improvements was like dollar for dollar, one of the best investments we could have made. The dramatic improvement in the before and afters just from some paint really enhanced, and the feedback that Ms. Vanderson gets from customers when they pay for a pavilion rental, they stop being residents and now they're customers. The feedback that she receives from the customers was, and there are repeat customers, people who have rented pavilions for a family event, the same week every summer. the feedback was phenomenal, and there was a deep appreciation for, and the converse of that was, there was some complaints about, like, you charged me for a pavilion rental, and this is what, this is a modest improvement in a area in the Parks and Rec budget that actually generates revenue. And I think it was done very, very well from a project management standpoint in terms of getting the most for the investment. And the roof is a nice way of, extending the life of those pavilions without the cost of a complete replacement. We can still get some usable life with paint and some new roofs, and that's a good investment. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the board? Further questions? I have a motion by trustee Joseph, supported by trustee Vosberg, to approve item 10, 10G. Please cast your vote. Votes will display on the screen once all votes are cast. Passes 7-0. Item 10H.
Item 10H is to approve a recommendation by the Department of Public Services to adopt resolution number 2025-37, approving water and sewer rate increases effective January 1, 2026.
Move to approve.
Trustee Vosberg, motion to approve. Supervisor Kersten will support it. Mr. O'Connor, it's all yours.
Good evening. If you could put the 2022, 23, and 24. So the first sheet we gave you was the booked years for 22, 23, and 24 from Plant Moran. And it is the water and sewer statement of cash flows, kind of the checkbook look. And I do want to run through it fairly quickly here. The first line, receipts from customers, is from the water and sewer customers. So that's about 95% of the customers, and it's roughly 16 million per year. Payments to suppliers, the third item down, is our payments to our providers, GLEWA and OMID. And that's roughly 10 to 11 million a year. The next line is our payments to employees and fringes. That also includes some of the subcontractors, but that's roughly, on average, 2.5 million a year. The next, cash flows from capital and related financing activities, you'll notice the 6 million in 23, that is the Northeast Sanitary Sewer Bond. So that's where that shows up. That's when that bond was procured. The next items are tap fees and benefit fees. Those are new customers coming on and paying their share. The purchase of capital assets is our CIP plan. So you can see in 22 and 23, not much happened. In 24 is when we built the Northeast Sanitary Sewer. So that's where that number is, the 6 million. The next line, principal and interest paid on capital debt, that is our payments to the county for sanitary sewer projects, either the mid or the OMID. Whenever something happens on a line that we benefit from, they float a bond and then we pay principal and interest. So that's what that number is. And if you grind down to the bottom, it gives at the end of each year, what our statement of cash is: 12 million, 19 million, 14 million. And again, the 19 million is mainly from the $6 million bond we floated in 23. Oh, you really can't read that. Whew. So the next sheet of paper is the projections for 25, which is mostly done, but it hasn't been booked yet. And then we have a projected 2026 with a rate increase and then without a rate increase and how it would be affected. So 25 is much like 22 22, 23, and 24. Again, we really didn't do much in capital assets except for the lining, excuse me, the lining of the sanitary sewer, which is happening right now on the I-94. But that's really a dollar in for dollar out because we are getting that granted. So you'll notice in 25, receipt of capital grants is 2.1 million, which is paying for that sewer lining project. In 26, we've approved and we're expecting to spend a lot of money in 26. So the 2.78, again, is the remainder of the $5 million grant we have for the sewer lining project. But the new projects are and they're down in the bottom in a box here, the Jefferson Water Main, Peggy Lane, Sutton, and the Vector truck purchase. And those add up to about 8 million. And again, the other 3 million roughly is that sewer lining project. So next year we'll projected to spend about 11 million. So if we keep going back up to the top there, if we keep our receipts from customers at about the same rate, the payments to suppliers goes up a little bit. At the end of 26, if we take no action, we expect our bank account to be about $4 million. So that's what the middle column is on that second sheet. What's before you tonight is a projected increase in the water rates, which would generate about 4.3 million. So that's what the last column is. The receipts from customers would be 16.8, would go up to about 21.1. And then the rest of the numbers kind of grind through at the same rates, but our balance at the end of 26 would be 8.2 million. So there's a projected no action taken and a projected rate increase for your consideration.
Thank you, Mitch. Questions from the board? You got more?
I don't have more, but we do have Jamie Burden and Steve Adair's also had some input, and the finance department's had input on these numbers.
So just some background on this. Again, this has been under discussion since the last time we had the rates in front of the board. We did some projections moving out. It does negatively impact it. We are currently paying out of our fund more than what we are being billed. This is a financial problem that needs to be addressed. HRC was also involved, as you're all aware, the last presentation. We did approve the ordinance amendment and change. So now this rate change structure is to be consistent with what our ordinance was approved and currently published. Again, Mr. Adair and Woodhill Group did come in. They did look at this along with Hassan at Water and Sewer and DPW. So it was a three-prong approach to it, both internally with Woodhill and then also reconfirming what HRC has presented to us. Again, historically, this has not been well received and everybody understands it, but the lack of attention to this moving forward does present a problem for the township in the coming years. So with that being said, any questions from the board? Everybody's available here to speak if you need. Clerk Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. When we had been presented with this information previously, I had asked if it would be possible to run a scenario where we can take all of the capital projects that are at a critical point. All the things that I believe government should fund is infrastructure. I believe that's a responsibility of government. The question is, how do we pay for it? And how do our cash flows work? So I had asked if we could see an illustration on if we were to bond out all at one time, all of our capital projects that are considered critical, what that would look like, just for comparative analysis, if nothing else. Were we able to run any of those scenarios?
If you're directing that towards me in our conversation? So that was directed towards me and we did. I took a point of interest in that comment and I reached out to their bond counsel, and after a quick review of the number and the HRC presentation, he says, not a good plan, not a good financial strategy. So it was left there.
Did he give you any numbers or anything that you can share?
It would be very difficult to do. And that, no, he did not provide numbers. He just looked at what we had given him, and based on the declining fund surplus, to throw in capital plans and then bond those projects that you're not bringing in enough revenue to pay was problematic. And that's where the conversation ended.
Thank you.
Trustee Joseph?
Yeah, the concept of bonding out capital improvements, you structure the water bill for the, well, I know that this is a controversial term, but we know that the system erodes. Some people call that depreciation. And you have a rate that takes into account the need to, like the recognition that you have a pipe in the ground, it's not going to be there forever. You have to do something with it as, you know, the elements sort of deteriorate that asset. You structure the bill in a way that hopefully matches a capital improvement plan that's sound. The area of bond for something that you've already, in theory, you structure the bill, and as the supervisor says, like, if your bill is upside down because you're not taking in enough to cover the cost of your water rate, which I acknowledge that we are and we have been for a while, my hesitancy, well, just on the bond issue, you don't go to the customer. You say, this is what it costs us to bring the water in, this is what it costs us to take the sewage out, this is what it costs for the employees to deliver it, this is what it costs to maintain the system, and this is what it costs to replace the system, and then collect that amount. You have on this sheet at present 13 million in the enterprise fund, and then say, and we're going to borrow money to replace infrastructure. You want to hit them twice. You want to bond it to do capital improvements when you have 13 million in the fund for capital improvements. In theory, that just, I don't know why we would spend any time or energy looking at actual numbers, because the premise is flawed. The area of bond that is of value is part of a process that says, like, what could happen that we don't know. An unexpected emergency, we do our best to predict, and the tighter we are in our, analytics, the less room there is for a surprise, but they happen. Weather events happen, ground conditions change, you have breaks that are unexpected. The parameters around having preparedness for that type of emergency, to say, like, just overview, if you have a break that's a $3 million repair, do we have it figured out, like, within our current budget? We're gonna pay out of the enterprise fund to X dollar amount any break emergency that exceeds this level, we bond out. That instead of doing it on the fly seems like a worthwhile. My problem continues to be an area that I think I'm getting some relief on, and even though I didn't vote for your group, Mr. Adair, there are some dividends that are being paid, and I'd really like to sit down, Mitch, Mr. Adair, and talk about the continuation of what the supervisor's been systemically trying to do, which is my aversion to a rate increase, and that is making sure that every dollar in the enterprise fund is spent on water and sewer, that there are no additional DPW, functions, or public service, I guess is what we call it now, public service functions, or F&O functions, or for a long time that has been a very muddy area to see what is enterprise fund and what is general fund, and I haven't really been very satisfied with that. It's obviously a priority for the supervisor, and a lot of steps are being taken to separate those, and I'm really close. I need to sit down with you and Mr. Adair before I could fully support a rate increase, even though on its surface, it's obvious we're upside down. My no vote fully understands that we will continue to dip into the enterprise funds to make up those arrears. And if people see it differently, that we shouldn't do that, and they vote yes, I totally understand that as well. But in order for me to support a rate increase, I'd really like to have satisfied in my own mind that we have a complete separation, and we're almost there, at least in my assessment. But that's the only reason for my no. But I do appreciate the work that's been done on this budget and the way that you've laid it out.
I would like to make one general comment. So we have roughly 250 miles of water main, 50-year life cycle expectancy. So if we were to replace 1/50th of that water main every year, that's roughly 5 miles. We have 150 miles of sanitary sewer, basically the same life cycle, 50 years. So that would be looking at replacing 3 miles of sewer, or relining 3 miles of sewer a year and replacing 5 miles of water a year. That would keep us up to pace on the 50-year life cycle. And we do work orders for everything we do. The only thing we don't do this water and sewer is we maintain the ponds. And that we keep a separate work order so we know the day, the time, the hour, what equipment's out there when we're doing non-water and sewer things. We are very conscientious of water and sewer department doing water and sewer work only.
No, I'm sorry. I think we're speaking the same language. The way that you've laid it out is to take the linear feet of pipe. I looked at it from a different vantage point, which was the same life expectancy of 50 years, and I just take the total dollar amount. And the total dollar amount, based on a 50-year life expectancy, all things being equal, has you at about a 2% of whatever your depreciation is, whatever your assessment of the portfolio of assets, a 2% reduction in that through depreciation was the napkin math that I was looking at. You have a much better way and actually attach. The only thing that I would like to know on your formula, and I'll won't do it here, is there was some considerable energy put into the assessment of every linear foot, going back to the SAW grant. And so there are different areas of the township that are in need of repair. So just replacing, and I'm sure that you're replacing the 3 to 5 linear feet of, based on a triage system of what needs it most and what is closest to failure and what is closest to end of life. And you do that with some camera evidence. It's not just a calendar. So I think we're on the right track, and I think that there have been significant steps made in the course of the last few years to really divide out what is enterprise fund and what is general fund, and appreciate your leadership on that.
Thank you. Questions from board? Further questions? Trustee Anderson.
Probably echo what Trustee Joseph is talking about. I do want to thank Mr. Burden. During the summer, I had the opportunity to visit, and they went through this proposed water bill, what it would look like for our users, consumers. And see if there's any other way that we can avoid, I understand there's quite a financial hole that the township's in, outstanding bonding and everything else. And there has to be some other way explored before we lay it on our residents on top of everything else that's happening. So I too will be a no vote at this time. I'm interested in when Mr. Joseph finds out what he's proposed tonight with you. Thank you, and I'll save the rest of my voice.
Trustee Joseph?
Yeah, just had one quick question. I'm sorry. Just one question for you. When the vote was taken to change the rate structure, I anticipated anybody who voted for the rate structure change. We have an ordinance basically now that there was a majority of the board, but we're not in compliance with our own ordinance currently. Okay.
And again, this is solely back, the philosophy behind this, again, is a budgetary reason, is we know what the expectations are from GLWA. We're engaged with them on a much deeper level now. Our finance guy Hassan actually attends with Paul and Mitch, and we are looking at a proposed 5 to 7% rate increase in July of 2026. That's already being discussed. Now they keep it quiet, and but we're upside down, and it's not going to get any better. And the reason it's back on this agenda, because of what I would like to do in my plan moving forward and in discussion with Woodhill Group and Mr. Adair, is that this really should be planned and budgeted for and projected in the cost of water and sewer in a yearly annual budget, and we haven't done that in the past. Again, it was always a separate item that was brought in various stages of the budget year. It's problematic. So this approach is just trying to make it inclusive in our budget and our budget planning and our budget forecast for the upcoming year, and pretty simple and straightforward, trying to account for the cost increase. And I can tell you, it's not going down. There is no chance that this is water rates from GLWA is going down in any current time frame. So right now we are underwater when we get the bill, and we've got 6 million in projects that are currently approved. Mitch, I know you added it up real quick. 8 million in projects, 2 water main replacements, and an upgrade, and then a Vector truck that's should be here after the first of the year. We are expending capital and cash in water and sewer. And again, an addition to that, as I said earlier, all of our vendor fees are gone up. We haven't raised our rates, but anybody that does work for us, so a contractor comes in, whoever we utilize, their rates are going up. So it's not going to get any cheaper there. To your point about the enterprise fund being separated, that is the mantra, that is the directive, that is several changes are being made January 1 related to that. One of them was staffing. But the metrics and how we look at that enterprise fund moving forward, it's problematic because we're in a deficit as we move into January 1. So the DPW water and sewer will stand alone on the enterprise fund solely, and we'll continue to monitor that. We'll continue to develop what our true costs are, what our costs are. I won't say true because they're, it puts us in a bad position right now, and what I'd like to do with this resolution is at least January 1, begin to right-size where we are at forecasting water and sewer rates. So, did I miss anything, Mr. Adair? Did I miss anything, Jamie? This is problematic for us, and it's a growing concern on my part budgetarily. But if the board doesn't do anything about it, well, then as we'll have obviously discussions in January. So, Treasurer Elliott.
So, Mr. Supervisor, if I'm looking at the original proposal versus the current sheet in front of me, it's $1 million jump. Is that correct, in revenue?
Yes.
All right, so that was a $3 million was the original proposal, is what it was going to add to the budget. And now it's over 4 million is the estimate. Is that correct? My issue with this the entire time is this is too much. It's just too much to ask from the residents. And I can't support this administrative fee at all. It would have made sense if it was if that details would have been given at any point in time. I've asked for it. You've gotten emails. I've communicated that several times. Like, what is your support? But now we're asking for administrative fees on every bill. So at this point, I can't support that at all. The fixed rate charges to the customers, if you just pull those out for the residents, they're over 50% increase in total. And I know that it was presented originally that it's only, a small amount per month, but the percentage-wise is just, it's just too much. The other part is there's the sprinkler charge. Can you explain, because we talked about it during our meetings, the sprinkler charges, and we talked about, they were gonna be problematic, that some people are saying that they're not gonna want the separate sprinkler meter. Can you touch base on that? And then tell me in this resolution what number applies to that problem?
Yeah, so in Chesterfield Township, if you water your grass a lot, you can get a separate sprinkler meter put in that you pay for, but you only pay for the water consumption for that water used. You don't pay sewage on it, which makes sense because you're watering your grass. It's not going into the sewer system. But the water main size, we have to build, instead of 6-inch water mains, we have to build 8-inch water mains. So that's just for sprinkling, it's also for firefighting. So the water system has to be bigger to sprinkle your lawn and to fight fires. And we really didn't recognize, or this fee kind of recognizes the additional cost on the overall system for firefighting and sprinkling. And it is just math. If you water your lawn a lot, then I'm sure it makes sense to keep your sprinkler meter. If you really don't water your lawn, then you should probably pull it out and not pay that ready to serve fee. So each homeowner, has to be responsible to kind of make their decision whether or not they want to keep a sprinkler meter in. Again, if you water your grass a lot, you're saving money.
So that's the sprinkler commodity charge
That's the ready to serve charge.
okay, that's the $9.23 is increasing to $28.
To $28, correct.
Okay, so that's more than triple.
Yeah, again, if you don't water your lawn, get rid of that sprinkler and don't pay the ready to serve charge. I mean, it really is that simple.
Okay, well, that's one of those where, people they've been living there, they've been living under a certain, understanding, and now we're gonna just raise the triple? It's too much.
Yeah, and again, we probably look at our bills, everybody looks at their bills and is responsible to maintain, if you don't need it, then get rid of it, I guess is still the short answer.
Right, so I would propose to, keep some of these fixed charges the same. The administrative fee, I don't support at all. The water fixed charge, I'd keep that the same. That's number 5 on the resolution. Number 12 on the resolution is, I'd keep that one the same. That's the sewer fixed charge. The sprinkler fixed charge, I would only double that and not triple it. And those would be changes that I'd propose. Otherwise, I can't support this. Mr. Supervisor.
Treasurer, I got to ask you a question. What do you think is too much? We are
doesn't-
already underwater paying. I've just disclosed to you, and you know this, that they are coming back in 5 to 7 increase in July, at least of 2026. What is going to be too much? We're setting our residents up for a 20+% increase across the board, just on water and sewer. And your argument is, well, the administrative fee. We, as a municipality, have to manage that system. That's where that fee comes from. We have to put people out there. We have to make sure that the system is viable and workable and functioning. And again, we've added on top of that, we've made it easier. We've put the AIM system in place, and some of that next phase encompasses that system, which we've spoke to about this. And I appreciate your position of concern for people being responsible for their water bills. We're underwater. We are paying more than what we are being charged, and our internal operation costs have not increased. So or have increased exponentially. So you're now making a different argument than you did previously.
No.
I'll clarify. I'm not lecturing. I'm trying to understand, not only with me, but with, you've held individual meetings with the water and sewer staff to discuss this, and they're as confused as I am what information you're looking for to get you to a place of understanding. We're underwater, and we have to maintain a network, we have to maintain a system, and we have to provide a staff that services that network. That's solely where this comes from. And I appreciate you saying that it's too much, but it's not getting any cheaper. There's nothing here that is getting any cheaper. And I don't want to pay more as a resident. I don't want to pay my water bill anymore, but we are being charged more. Again, I'm not lecturing you. If that's how you're taking it, I apologize. I'm missing what information you are looking for, and this is the second go-around of the same thing and the same disposition. It's just disheartening. That's my 2 cents, so.
Mr. Supervisor?
Trustee Jones.
Yeah, I'm with you. Sorry. What's that?
I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I look for the red when you raise your hand, so Trustee Vosberg. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I'm looking at the bottom line of these 2 pages. I'm putting them next to each other, overlapping them. In 22, we had 12 million available for whatever emergencies might come up and for planning capital projects. Then it went up to 19 and 23, down to 14 million in 24. Then it goes down some more in 25. And if we don't make any change, it's going down to a very dangerous 4 million. All it takes is one bad situation, one break somewhere, and all of a sudden we're way over that. And now we're gonna have to bond because there's no money to do it anywhere else. And then that adds additional costs. So in my opinion.
Interrupt you in regards to the bond problem, we're underwater, so we've discussed that. At 4 million, we go out for a bond. I'd hate to see what that service fee is gonna look like.
Correct, I mean, because we don't look so good, our balance sheet doesn't look so good, so then that impacts rates and stuff too, from the outside. My point of all this is, I realize that there are answers that people still want. There's some, other, whatever information people still need. In my opinion, this proposed rate is still less than what our increases are, because we're only gonna end up with 8 million. If we approve this, we'll end up with 8 million. And we've been having larger balances than that, and we've already admitted even those larger balances weren't enough for some of the capital projects that we wanted to do, and they ended up getting spent on emergency type things. So I would encourage everyone to pass this, because it's not even enough. And we continue to tweak it until it gets to where we know for sure that, it's exactly where that end thinks, because I hear him talking about efficiencies and those sorts of things, and making sure that we're billing it properly and allocating our departments properly. I think it's irresponsible, in my opinion, to not approve this, because we will be it will become so difficult to be able to pay for something if we don't have this now. So I encourage people, even though there are some objections, I don't think those are large enough to justify not starting to fix this. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for interjecting. Trustee Hornberg?
Yep, I just wanted to point out, because I listened in on one last week from Great Lakes, and there was one this morning, and you guys were probably listening in as well. They're already starting the discussions. The first one was last week. It was like a back-to-back for the rate increases for 2027. So there was a Zoom meeting last week, and then there was one today. So I decided I put them on my calendar, I'm gonna listen in. They're gonna raise our rates again, already talking about for 2027, at least what, 7%, possibly more? So,
Thank you. Trustee Joseph.
Yeah, I appreciate, Pam and Kathy, both your opinions, and facts, really. I'm aware that the rates continue to rise, a couple times a year from Great Lakes. Also, our, mid is increasing costs. And I'm fully aware that we're deficit spending, in essence, that we're not taking off enough in. My aversion, I think, I don't spend a lot of time repeating it. I think we're moving in the direction to separate and make sure that we don't have enterprise fund money being used in other departments erroneously. In terms of the debate that we have, Mr. Supervisor, your question about why is it too much, you're not going to get anything. You're not going to get anything. You're going to be basically waterboarded by the clerk and the treasurer. And if you want support for your water issue, return to deputies. I don't think that's a wise move, and I don't think that you negotiate with terrorists. I have reservations. I continue to have reservations. But in the interest of trying to make some sense out of this, it really does go against my mantra of wanting to see, to my level of satisfaction, the clear distinction between the enterprise fund and the other departments. I can do both. I'm going to support this. Again, I don't know the inner workings of the township and all of these meetings that you shut the clerk and the treasurer out of and disregard their opinions and all of that. But the questions that are posed to you by somebody who approved the water rate structure that she says now is too much. You have an ordinance that passed with the support of the same board member who has a list. And what about this? And what about that? At least Clerk Berry was a no on the ordinance change. So I don't fault her for having concerns about the increase. My concerns have been consistent with going back to our time on the Water and Sewer Rate Advisory Board. There were a number of suggestions and concerns that I think kind of went by the wayside. And in my mind, I think holding out a no vote on every rate increase until some of those things are instituted maybe requires a revisioning, a reassessment of my position. And I just would like the assurances that I'm going to vote for the rate increase. I think there will be sufficient majority vote with my vote. And not that it's a quid pro quo, but I would like an honest review of some of the suggestions that are really years and years old. The rate increases, just so you know, Trustee Hornberger, the rate increases were taken into account as a temporary fix by the Water and Sewer Rate Advisory Committee, and we restructured our ready to serve to generate a true pass-through, that we only increased the increased rate. But that was entirely a temporary fix, and here we are, 8 years later, trying to fix a broken system. I think we've made significant progress. There are some changes, including the Facilities and Operations Department moving completely out geographically from the Public Service Department, and I think that there's more common area on the efficiencies of the department that don't require me to continue to be a no vote. Because the other thing that I worry about, Trustee Vosberg, you make an excellent point. Should we find ourselves in a position to actually have to go into the market and bond out, our rates are going to be dramatically higher given our low enterprise fund We can't really expect somebody to bail us out in a bond when we've consistently for maybe years now been undercharging what the commodity rate is, and we know that that's evident. So I'm a yes vote, and I'll just look for consideration on the suggestions and to meet with Mr. Adair and maybe institute some of these things while we try to right the ship. We know that at some point there's an increase coming, and it's not as if we're not going to pass it along. So if it's 4% twice that we've skipped, and then 7% in July, now you're up to 15, and that's a really hard wallop. So incrementally, we know it's upside down, and I'm a yes vote. And I'm sorry, Trustee Anderson, but I think we gotta. The supervisors, no pun intended, getting waterboarded over there, and they're not gonna come around and vote for what they already voted for. We're upside down in our ordinance, and maybe we just gotta bite the bullet.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments from the board? Questions? I have, Mr. Adair is here. He's looked at the numbers. He's verified or at least checked. Jamie from HRC is here. They're available to discuss anything that, questions you may have.
Mr. Supervisor, I'm sorry. One
Yes.
more issue that's
Yes.
an administrative issue. Our APO does not allow us to take up an item past the 10:30 p.m. mark. Specifically, our APO indicates that any item that's not being considered, not yet under consideration by the hour of 10:30, requires consent of the board. I would ask that we suspend our board rules. Well, I guess we don't have to because we took this one up already and we can finish the vote. But before we engage in the next agenda item, we should take a vote to suspend our board rules, which require nothing new past 10:30.
Thank you. I was looking at it, my phone actually died. I'm having a lot of fun, so I'm willing to get this.
I'm okay with going. I just wanted to be mindful about voting.
Okay. So, any questions, any further questions? I have a motion by Trustee Vosberg, supported by Supervisor Kersten, to approve item 10H. If you would please vote. The results will appear on the screen once all votes are cast. Vote passes 4-3. Next item is a motion to suspend board rules to continue on through the agenda. And just so everyone knows, there is a closed session tonight, but I think it should be quick. Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to suspend the board rules and continue on with the agenda past 10:30. Is there any support?
Support?
Clerk Berry, would you call the roll?
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson. Trustee Joseph. Trustee Hornberger. Trustee Vosberg. Treasurer Elliott.
Motion passes. We'll continue on. The next item is item 10I. Mr. O'Connor.
Need me to read that?
Yep, I'm sorry, Clerk Berry, go ahead.
Okay. Item I is to consider the cost share agreement between Chesterfield Township, Macomb County, and Macomb County Department of Roads for the ditching of Jefferson Avenue from Fortin to Cotton. This agreement is a 50-30-20 split between the Township, Macomb County, and MCDR in the amount of $13,983 for the Township, $8,390 for the county, and $5,593 for MCDR.
Motion by Trustee Anderson. Is there any support? Support. Trustee Vosberg? Hornberger? Mitch, you want to go ahead?
This is a new re-ditching program that the county started, similar to the recapping that they started 2 years ago. It's kind of, I think, in response to the continuous complaints they get about the ditches and the drainage of the ditches. This particular project was site reviewed with Phil Kraft and Don Brown in our office. We submitted it. We didn't know if it would be approved by the county. It was. So now we're bringing it to the board for the township board approval.
Discussion from the board? Discussion? Trustee Osborne.
So we have the 20%? Oh, of course. Okay, so, the next question was gonna be which part of the county, but it's the Department of Roads, it said, and the other just says Macomb County, but that would be the Board of Commissioners, are approving that, yeah. The drain office?
Met us on site.
Okay,
The ditch itself is a county Department of Roads ditch. It's in the Jefferson Road right away. But it ultimately drains into a county drain. And this is the program they've offered.
and how would that help our residents?
Well, it will help the residents of this immediate area. But other than that, it doesn't help the township wide.
You wanna, so this started some time ago with a resident complaining to the County Department of Roads about roadside ditching and the drainage in their yards in the certain area. The problem we run into with the county, and I say it's a problem, is that whether it's a road, a county drainage ditch, or a culvert, that's the county's responsibility, and they made it very clear to us as a community that, and all the surrounding communities, that they only have a match and a share program. So the residents complain, we hear it, we forward them to the Department of Roads or the county or the drain office, and the response back is that we have a share program. That's literally right now the only way we get ditches and culverts clean. What I'd ask everyone is when you drive around the township and you look at driveway culverts, which are the responsibility of the Department of Roads, most of the residents have a collapsed culvert or a block culvert, which has led to several conversations that we've had at the board here about cleaning roadside ditches. I've even offered the county, we'll have staff drive around and identify the culverts and the ditches that are bad for you. They love it, but then they come back with, well, we only have a share. If you want the ditch or the roadside ditch cleared, there's got to be a share program. So this does address residential concerns that we have about ditch water runoff. And unfortunately, this is the only recourse we have to make the residents happy. So that's why it's on the board, and I'm sure there's going to be others moving forward. Did I miss anything?
I do want to point out the county road commission position is driveway culverts are the property owner's responsibility. Right. So if it's collapsed or needs to be lowered or raised, that's entirely the resident's issue. So this project is only re-ditching. If we did have to lower and raise culverts, the county would want us to go talk to that property owner and have them repair their culvert. So we avoided that with this project. This is but this is a re-ditching only. There's no culvert work involved.
Trustee Joseph.
Yeah, the 14,000 to resolve the problem in a one pass is a hell of a lot cheaper than dealing with each homeowner. And you're going to have an argument there. Nobody, if they agreed with the township a position that they're obligated to, they would have already done it. So they're waiting, and the reality is, you go through the code enforcement route, you're years and years in, contentious arguing with the residents. This isn't just their property that floods. You run into a really dangerous situation with water on the road in these high rain events. Jefferson becomes very treacherous when, we have high rains. So, again, not ideal, and certainly something that, I think should be resolved in another way. But our reality is, what are you going to do? Argue with each homeowner along the way and send code enforcement out? When we have at least a cost share agreement between the county and the MCDR. So 50% we're getting off cheap in the grand scheme of things, and this is a good resolution.
Trustee Vossberg?
How many feet is this?
I don't have the lineal footage. I mean, we submitted a project with the lineal footage, with an aerial mapped out. We met him in the field. I apologize, I don't have the lineal footage. It goes from Fortin to, from Fortin to Cotton. Well, I apologize. I should have that information.
It's not very many feet, is it?
Maybe 500.
Yeah, okay. I'm approving it, but
Okay,
but for the future, we gotta
yeah.
work on this too.
Anything else? Any further questions? I have a motion by trustee Anderson, supported by trustee Vossberg, to approve item 10I. Please vote. The votes will appear on the screen once all votes are cast. Item passes 7-0. Item 10J, Clerk Berry.
Thanks. Item 10J is to approve a recommendation by Public Services to award the trenchless construction of the 54-inch sanitary sewer on 21 Mile to the lowest responsible bidder, SAK Construction LLC, in the amount of $275,777 for a total project cost of $334,056.86.
Is there a motion to approve? So moved. Trustee Joseph, supported by Supervisor Kersten. Mr. O'Connor?
The northeast sewer, we bonded 6 million. We spent about 5.2, so we have 800,000 we have to spend on sanitary sewers. This line was TV'd 2 years ago, and this particular run between two manholes is in need of repair. It serves about the east half of the township. It's on 21 Mile Road. It's a 54-inch. It's the biggest sewer in the township. We did an invitation to bid. We only invited 3 bidders, just to make sure we would get qualified people to do this job. It will require bypass pumping, which is happening on the I-94 project. But you talk about if this sewer were to fail, this would be a big dollar item to replace this guy.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the board? Trustee Anderson?
It's where Anchor ties into the 54 inches, the next run heading west. What happens is when flow comes in, when the flow's laminar, you really don't release a lot of gases, but once you get additional flow in there, it starts. Yeah, yep. Yeah. Oh, yeah, the soil's out there very bad, very bad.
Any further questions from the board? A motion by trustee Joseph, supported by Supervisor Kersten, to approve item 10J. If you would please cast your votes. The results will display once all votes are cast. Item passes 7-0. Item 10K.
Item 10K is to adopt resolution number 2025-34, adopting the Macomb County 2025 through 2030 Hazard Mitigation Plan.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve.
Second.
Clerk Berry, support. Director Bassett.
I'm here to request approval of the 2025-2030 Macomb County Hazard Mitigation Plan. This plan was developed by the county in consultation with Chesterfield. The plan was also reviewed by legal counsel, and Adopting this is also necessary if we were to be in a situation where we were to request FEMA grants, we would have to have this in place previous. This is an agreement that we have been involved in the past.
This is updated yearly, right? Has to come to the board for review and approval.
Correct.
Questions from the board? Seeing none, Supervisor Kersten made a motion to approve, was supported by Clerk Berry. If you would please cast your vote on the screen. Results will display once all votes are cast. Passes 7-0. Item 10L.
Item 10L is to approve a recommendation by the Department of Public Safety to authorize the purchase of police simunition equipment from CMP distributors in the amount of $9,693.50.
Motion to approve. Supervisor Kersten, is there any support? Support. Trustee Joseph. Director Bassett.
This is a request for new simunitions equipment. This is the protective gear that the officers wear when we're doing simunitions training, and for lack of a non-technical term, simunitions is when we basically have paintballs that we're using so we're actually using in active shooter training and other training like that. This is the protective gear that the officers wear during that. The current equipment that we have is end of life, and a number of the items are torn or breaking down, so we're requesting this replacement.
Thank you. We've used this for several years. Trustee Anderson, Joseph, remember Sergeant Finazzo made the original recommendation to use this this platform, so it's been good to us. Questions from the board? I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Joseph, to approve item 10L. If you would please vote. Results will display when everyone votes. Item passes 7. Item 11, addendums, there are none. Item 12, public comments. The public comment section is open. You have 3 minutes. If you would please state your name for the record, not required, just so we know who you're speaking.
John Speaker, Chesterfield Township. At the last board meeting, Treasurer Elliott brought up, she tried to explain the 13 to 20% increases that I talk about that this board gave themselves as far as raises. Her explanation was, well, we didn't get any raises for a couple years. And then we just decided to give ourselves, a huge raise to compensate for the years that we didn't get a raise. Well, in the real world, if you don't get a raise for a couple of years, you don't get to compensate yourself and give yourself double-digit raises. It's not how it works. So just wanted to make sure you were clear on that. And I know tonight you look like a fiscal conservative tonight. So I didn't know who you were tonight. So I'm going to be honest with you, but I like that fiscal conservatism that came out tonight. I just wish I didn't know where that fiscal conservatism's been the last 6 years. I definitely seen it come out tonight. So you almost replicated me at the podium. So I know, I had to laugh too. So, The one thing that I wanted to bring up too is, you've been in that spot for 6 years, and to hear that there was another bank error tonight, that's unacceptable. It started off with bounce checks, and that was a bank error, and then, there was another bank error, but now you're in your 6th year. Come on, Cap, you can do better than that. That's unacceptable. When Mr. LaFata, God bless him, was in there were no bank errors. You attacked Mr. LaFata one time because somebody from another department took a check, and instead of it going to the treasurer's office, it went to another department, and that check didn't get to the treasurer's department, and it wasn't even Mr. LaFata's fault. So that's unacceptable on the bank errors. You can definitely do better. And then how does the board, I mean, we spent hundreds and thousands of dollars on sound equipment and our electronics here to make sure that the residents at home could see what's going on and that, you know, the audio's correct. I mean, how does it happen when, you know, our systems go down, people at home can't hear, can't see? With the voting, I've asked several times, it should be a verbal vote and then you can cast an electronic vote. It's a 7-member panel. Come on, guys. Yeah, we're not the county, we're not Lansing, we're not Washington. Let's get it right.
Any other speakers?
Joe Kadich. Basically, what happened tonight is your supervisor convinced you that the money that was put into the sewer and water department that's collected wasn't enough. Now, this all started when he became supervisor. Everybody in the office in the water department, they got rid of. They put somebody else in there, didn't know what they were doing, but he could control it. It also controlled who spent the money and where the money's spent. Now, David Joseph, you know when we put the costs together at the Board of Review for that, we included money for depreciation. There's about $1 per thousand for the water and a little over $1 per thousand for sewer. That amounted to $3 million plus a year. We didn't do any replacement. The enterprise fund should have grown because it's only supposed to be spent on that, and it wasn't spent, and then the enterprise fund didn't grow. It should be about $25 million. We shouldn't have a problem with replacement. All the projects he's trying to do were on board when he took over. They were scheduled. The money disappeared. And you're referencing to, you know, we got to get facilities and operations out there. That's a big part of it. But it also went to other places. We looked through the budgets over the year. Paul did, the main thing. And every year we could find at the end of the audit, there was a suspicious cash check or money sitting in a place of almost $3 million every year, but it never ended up in the enterprise account. It went someplace else. It funded other accounts that it shouldn't have. There's a bulletin that says you can't spend money that you charge people for on other things. That's how we got the Treasury Secretary to start an investigation here. Because of that. You also had the opportunity, he spent money all over the place that we didn't have, put the bond, that's why I asked where the bond money is being checked. There's $600,000 a year for that 26-mile sewer line. It should not be spent, it should not be generated against the customers. They shouldn't be responsible for that. But all you did, you took the opportunity, you increased the water bills. Now I don't even know what's in the water bills, but you increased.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public?
I'd like to say, I didn't think at 26 years old I'd be taking a recall.
You've done. Any further comments from the public? Seeing none, I'll bring it back up to the board. Board comments, item 13. I'll start with Trustee Hornberger tonight. Trustee Anderson.
I'm just thinking, Mr. LaFata's last email was right around January 1st. I believe we lost him around October 4th. The Voice ceased publishing. It'd be interesting if Paul was still around to see what his comments would look like next week. Thank you, everybody. Stay warm.
Trustee Joseph?
Yeah, I can't take issue with a lot of what you said, Joe. I know that, a lot of the things that we worked very hard on in the Water and Sewer Rate Advisory Committee were to address, some of these things. I agree with you regarding the inefficiencies and I guess the area that I can't go all the way with you on is this idea that there was, missing money, and somehow it ended up in a nefarious sort of, utilization. I think anytime that you have loose policy, boundaries, whatever, regarding what qualifies as an enterprise fund expenditure, but just trying to do some of my own soul searching, a lot of those problems are, there's not much of an opportunity to really rectify, because the people that were making those decisions are not part of this board. So I agree. We took in a lot of money, and we had zero capital improvements. We didn't match the capital improvements for the money that we took in, which was earmarked for capital improvements. In fact, when we looked at it from the 10 years ago, when we looked at a 10-year look back from then, we didn't have any year where we exceeded like 200K in capital improvements, yet we took in potentially millions. Paul LaFata talked about, having this sort of fund. It just goes to other things that he couldn't put his arms around, having more vehicles than we actually have employees. And there was an administration that had outside of their office door what they called one-pagers and all of these great improvements to the township. And I felt that a lot of that work was being done out of the enterprise fund. I felt that a lot of the Brandenburg Shoreline project, but it's all in the past in the sense that what do we do? Go back to those supervisors and we say, you're responsible. I think the capital improvement plans that have been laid out since Brad has been here, I will forever disagree with the acceptance of that 26 mile and the Chesterfield, which was previously the Macomb drainage. But these are all rear view mirror things. What we know for a fact is what Trustee Vosberg and Hornberger both said. We have deficit spend in terms of collection on the water and sewer rate for at least 3 or 4 rate increases from the Great Lakes Water Authority. At some point, we're going to have to be on par with the rates that we charge, independent of what we did with enterprise money and depreciation money. At some point, there's a comparison between what this community pays for water and this community pays for water. And if we keep depleting the enterprise fund, at some point, the rate increase for the corrective move on that is going to be like intolerable. It's going to create a magnificent hardship if we come in and just to get right and just to get even, we're at a 20 or 30% rate increase. There was consensus and there was a working together. They got together, they changed the ordinance. John spoke about it. Like, I don't know where the fiscal conservative came. Well, Public Act 152 and the deputies, you see a different person. That's the reality. We still have an ordinance that she voted for that we're not in compliance with our own ordinance. You can't pass an ordinance and then vote against the enforcement of the ordinance. You're not gonna collect the rate that your ordinance says. So we're a mess. I think Joe, I honestly believe you do what you want with recalls and however it is that you want your government to work and whatever mechanism you think you need to go. But I think there's room here. There's no defensiveness on the part of the department heads from Josh or Mitch, the vendor that I didn't vote for, Mr. Adair, open, our HR director, open. There are opportunities now to get some of the things that we wanted to change going back from our water and sewer rate. I'm sorry I let you down with my yes vote tonight, but at some point, we have to recognize that we can't deficit spend forever, and we are deficit spending, there's no doubt about it. If we do have a major break and we have to bond money out, we're going to be in a difficult position because our bond rating is going to be atrocious with only a few million in the enterprise fund. I'm not saying, you know, like I'm totally turning a blind eye to some of the practices that led to our situation. I just would like to work on making sure that they don't happen again and that they're not further exacerbated. So, you know I let a lot of people down with my vote tonight, but there's tremendous dysfunction on the board, and there's a lot of individualism that is happening. I think it is a time for cooperation and you're a very valuable member of this community, and I wish that you could be a part of some of the suggestions and there are big changes, including moving, as I said, F&O completely out of any kind of shared facility space. And so some of those budgets where you go, how is this enterprise fund? And that's because of the supervisor. He is making some changes there, and I felt that maybe I have a better shot at instituting some of those more longer lasting changes and voting for this rate increase, which I know is going to deplete our enterprise fund if we don't. And then try to work on the future and spend less time in the rearview mirror. It's a tough thing for me to do because I feel like everything that I predicted is kind of here, but to a large extent, the guy spent most of his career in the PD. He wasn't the one responsible for the situation. He as I told the outgoing supervisor, I'm really encouraged by all of the great things that you've done for our township, but you're leaving before the bill arrives. The guy that got the seat got here just in time for the check to be delivered, and he's trying to work his way out of it. I want to be part of the solution, and I think you should be too. And I'll do what I can to try to incorporate some of your ideas because they're good. And you do have a lot of experience, and you put in a lot of time, uncompensated time, volunteer time, and you know, as a endeavor that our departed friend spent a lot of time on too. I'd like to be a part of a solution that gets us right. And tonight, I felt like I had to take a step forward and vote for that rate increase. So again, I'm sorry I let you down, but that's the reason for my vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Vosper. You wait.
I was gonna say,
Attorney Elliott. Clerk Barry.
Oh, yeah. If the public feels like someone attempted to sell you a bill of goods tonight, they did. You're not crazy. But I do want to clarify something that was alluded to about how people vote. And the way I vote my conscience, I take each item individually, and one has nothing to do with the other. The concerns that I had about the administration fee as well as the water rate increases were made known to everyone involved months and months and months ago, before any other discussion about anything else came up. I've often said that I'm willing to compromise on policy, but I will not compromise my principles, and that's why I vote the way I do. So we've got some, and I'm sure I'm going to get mocked for this later, by the way, because whatever you see out here when we go into closed session, is 10 times worse. I mean, the gentleman in the audience, you'd be absolutely mortified to see how other men behave. It's really quite embarrassing. But some of our founding fathers said this. Thomas Jefferson, see, I'm going to be mocked, I told you. See, I called it. I called it. So the founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson, great stuff. The principle of spending money to be paid by posterity under the name of funding is but swindling futility on a large scale. John F. Kennedy, it is a paradoxical truth that tax rates are too high today and tax revenues are too low, and the soundest way to raise the revenues in the long run is to cut the tax rates.
Ben Franklin in there? No?
Calvin Coolidge, though, I want taxes to be less that the people may have more. And John Marshall's my favorite, the power to tax is the power to destroy. I'm a principled, conservative, Republican, libertarian. I don't sell those principles out for a deputy or anything else. That's why I voted the way I did. That's why I continue to vote the way that I do. And it's because I have an adherence to those principles. And I also will take issue with the fact that this is a dysfunctional board. I don't believe it is a dysfunctional board. But what you do have is you have two very different schools of thought, particularly on economics. You've got the Keynesian Marxists who think one way, and then you've got the von Mises, and you've got the Rothbards and the Friedmans that think another way. It's just two different perspectives. And there's people in this country that agree with both. So it's not that we're dysfunctional, we just think differently. And there's nothing wrong with it. I think it's healthy. And you were able to kind of see what the different approaches were tonight. And I think that's valuable. I think it's healthy. So I thank you tonight. I know it's been a long night. And like Supervisor Kersten, you know, I thought it was a good meeting. And I want to thank everybody for their patience. And thank Supervisor Kersten did a great job actually tonight of mitigating all of that. So thank you, sir. You did well.
Thank you. Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to go into closed session. Is there any support? Trustee Anderson, closed session at 11:44. Clerk Barry, would you call the roll? Yep, sorry, would you read it? You want me to do it? Or you got it? 14A, closed session of the board to discuss labor relations strategy pursuant to Section 8C of the Open Meetings Act. Again, Supervisor Kersten will make a motion. Trustee Anderson support. Clerk Barry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson. Aye. Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Hornberger. Aye. Trustee Vosberg. Aye. Treasurer Elliott. Aye. Clerk Barry, aye.
Closed session at 11:45.
Enter closed.
Motion to return to open session by Supervisor Kersten. Is there any support?
Support?
Clerk Barry? All in favor?
Aye.
Open at 12:16. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Wednesday morning. Whoever set this agenda up, I could have talked. There are 2 action items that come out of the closed session. Clerk Barry, you want to read what they are?
I don't have.
A motion to approve TA agreement with the PLC group, patrol group is briefly what I put.
Okay.
Support.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion, supported by trustee Joseph. Discussion? None. Clerk Barry?
Sorry, give me 1 second.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson. Trustee Hornberger. Trustee Vosberg. Treasurer Elliott. Clerk Barry, no.
The next item is Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve the tentative agreement with the PLC command group. Is there any support? Trustee Anderson. Motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Anderson to approve the motion as read. Clerk Barry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson. Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Hornberger. Trustee Vosberg. Treasurer Elliott. Clerk Barry, no.
Item 15, adjournment. All those in favor, Supervisor Kersten make a motion to adjourn. Vosberg. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Meeting's adjourned, 12:18.
I have Hornberger.
Yep.